Chapter 1083. Xiao Yan's originally frown immediately deepened when he heard the words of the towering sky ape. In other words, he had painstakingly made this trip in exchange for an 8-star Dodi? Xiao Yan's heart immediately sank when he thought of this. It was very difficult for an elite Dodi to be of any critical use in a battle of this level. If this was merely the case, it was likely that this trip of his would have been in vain. When the towering sky ape noticed that Xiao Yan's face had suddenly become gloomy, its heart involuntarily tightened. It was afraid that this fellow would leave it here because he was unable to achieve his goal. In that case, even if it could leave the cave below, it would still be sealed in this small world that would never see the light of day. Cough cough, actually my cultivation can be recovered. The towering sky ape coughed dryly twice and hurriedly said. Xiao Yan's face, which had just sunk, immediately revealed a glimmer of hope when he heard this. The eyes that he used to look at the enormous ape in front of him also flickered. How can it be recovered? Through medicinal pills. As it spoke, the towering sky ape extended a finger and pointed it at Xiao Yan from a distance. A ray of light immediately cut through the empty space and landed in Xiao Yan's hand in the blink of an eye. It was a scroll. When Xiao Yan opened the scroll, the first row of words that entered his eyes immediately caused the glimmer of hope that had just risen in his heart to once again dim. Purple Jade Pill, Rank 5 Medicinal Pill. Forget about the use of this medicinal pill. Just the words Rank 5 Medicinal Pill were enough to extinguish this glimmer of hope. Even if Xiao Yan was able to refine a Rank 5 medicinal pill, it would still require a very long time. However, the thing that Xiao Yan lacked the most was time. 10 days later, the big battle between the Xiao Gate and the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley would officially begin. There was not much time left for Xiao Yan to begin with. It was even more impossible for him to refine a Rank 5 medicinal pill within 10 days. Hehe, I can sense that there is the aura of a heavenly flame in your body. If I have guessed correctly, you should be an alchemist. If you are able to refine this purple jade pill, I will completely agree to join your faction. The towering sky ape laughed. It seemed that it was gratified by its own wisdom. Now that it had escaped the seal and had the opportunity to recover its cultivation, it was really a blessing from the heavens. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan only frowned and shook his head in the face of the towering sky ape's words. He returned the scroll in his hand as he helplessly said, I am sorry. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid it's too late. We only have 10 days left. To refine a level 5 pill in 10 days, I think you should know that it's simply impossible. So I'm sorry. As his voice faded, Xiao Yan turned around. The scaled snake beside him also sighed in disappointment. The two of them simultaneously turned around and prepared to leave. Immediately after, just as the two of them were about to turn around and leave, the towering sky ape behind them once again spoke out and called out to Xiao Yan. Wait a moment. Xiao Yan was startled. This time he was not trying to scare this fellow. However, why did it call out to him? Perhaps it is not completely impossible. As his voice faded, the towering sky ape's enormous body began to transform. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a bare-chested brawny man. If one looked closely, one could clearly see that there was an extremely obvious scar on the brawny man's chin. Hearing the other party's words, Xiao Yan's expression instantly froze. From the other party's tone, could it be that there was another possibility? Subsequently, under the bewildered gazes of Xiao Yan and the scaled snake, the brawny man extended his hand and pointed to the ground below. Only then did the two of them realize that although the towering sky ape had broken out of the seal, the 7 stone platforms that served as the foundation of the 7 completely broken stone pillars were not affected in the slightest. They were still standing in their original positions. As Xiao Yan and the scaled snake looked over, the brawny man opened his mouth again and said, These 7 formations were left behind by the owner of these ruins. Their purpose was to trap me here. However, with the passage of time and some of my influence, these 7 formations have long changed in the long river of time. The 7 stone pillars are only used to stabilize the formation. Only the 7 stone platforms below are the true weapons used to trap me. These words were not enough to attract Xiao Yan's attention, but the brawny man's following words explained the uniqueness of this formation to Xiao Yan. With the evolution of the stone platforms, The 7 stone platforms contained an extremely large amount of space power, causing a special node to be born somewhere in the space below the 7 stone platforms. At that node, the concept of time was quite ingenious. According to the brawny man, time would become very slow at that node. 1 day inside would be equivalent to 10 days in the outside world. However, although the benefits were great, it was also very difficult to control that node. It was also because of this that the towering sky ape did not use that node to recover its cultivation for such a long time. If Xiaoyan could attempt to control that node and succeed, it would not be impossible for him to refine a violet jade pill within 10 days. Hearing the brawny man's words, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little moved. If what the brawny man said was true, then as long as he could successfully control that node and refine a violet jade pill, his Xiao clan would have another origin transformation expert. Although he did not know if he could succeed, now that the formation had been broken, there were no longer any obstructions in the space below the stone platforms. Instead of worrying about other things, he might as well go in and give it a try. After instructing the scaled serpent, Xiaoyan leaped and landed in the cave below. The scaled serpent's gaze landed on the strong man in front of it. Although his words were very moving, the scaled serpent still needed to keep a close eye on the ladder before it could confirm that everything was correct. If there was any problem with Xiaoyan, it would immediately kill this guy on the spot. Although there was only a difference of 1 star between an 8-star Dodi and a 9-star Dodi, the scaled snake was completely confident that he could successfully kill this fellow if he attacked. After Xiaoyan entered the cave, Xiaoyan relied on his enormous spiritual strength to search the pitch-black space. Indeed, there was an extremely special energy node somewhere in this space. This was also what the brawny man had said. Carrying curiosity and caution in his heart, Xiaoyan slowly approached the energy node. When his entire body arrived in front of the node, a certain kind of energy within Xiaoyan's body suddenly and involuntarily agglomerated. This was his great way of the void. Chapter 1084. Xiaoyan felt a surprise in his heart when he sensed the strangeness of the great way of the void. Soon after, he used his spiritual strength to investigate the energy node in front of him. Only then did his heart come to a sudden understanding. At the same time, a wild joy swiftly rose within his heart. The thing that Xiaoyan did not expect was that this so-called energy node did not contain any spatial strength. Instead, it was the strength of the Great Way. Great Tao power that belonged to the Great Tao of the Void. When the Great Tao power in Xiaoyan's body completely condensed in front of him, Xiaoyan was pleasantly surprised to find that the Great Tao power contained in the energy node wasn't inferior to the Great Tao power in his body. In fact, the Great Tao power was even richer. This also meant that if Xiaoyan was able to absorb all of this Great Tao strength, the number of tents that he could form would be at least double of what he currently had. It should be said that the cultivation of Great Tao power was undoubtedly several times more difficult than Battle Qi and Genesis Qi. Even someone as talented as Shui Miao could only condense 1 water curtain in a year. But now there were equivalent to 10 tents in front of Xiaoyan. How could Xiaoyan miss such a gift from heaven and earth? With a thought, Xiaoyan controlled his own great way of the void and slowly approached the energy node in front of him. Only when the two came into contact with each other, and confirmed that the two forces did not cause any conflict, did Xiaoyan heave a sigh of relief in his heart. After which, he continued to connect and merge the remaining Great Way strength with it with a nervous heart. In the end, all the Great Tao power in Xiaoyan's body fused with the energy node in front of him, and the energy node's volume also expanded a lot. At the same time, Xiaoyan suddenly had an illusion in his heart the moment the two Great Tao strengths successfully merged. It was as though this originally ownerless energy node had suddenly found an owner. A kind of mysterious connection actually rose between Xiaoyan and this energy node. This kind of connection allowed him to clearly understand all the changes within this energy node as well as the enormous amount of energy it contained. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyan's heart trembled. Although he didn't dare to be completely confident, he still tried to use the connection between him and the energy node to control it. When Xiaoyan saw the large cluster of dark black energy in front of him begin to wiggle, an excited expression involuntarily surged into his dark black eyes. As expected, the control of this energy junction had already landed in Xiaoyan's hands. By relying on the Great Tao strength that belonged to him, Xiaoyan successfully linked the two energies, causing the control of this energy junction to land in Xiaoyan's hands without any surprise. Now the energy node was completely under Xiaoyan's control. Other than this, after Xiaoyan's subsequent investigation, he had also clearly sensed that it was just as the strong man had said. The concept of time within this ability node was many times slower than the outside world. In other words, if he were to borrow the special effect of this energy node, it would not be a problem for him to refine the purple jade pill within 10 days. This time might even be much shorter than he had expected. At the same time outside, the scaled serpent and the sky-reaching great ape were also waiting bitterly for Xiaoyan's news. However, the two had different goals. Just as the scaled snake was becoming impatient from waiting, and its icy cold gaze landed on the body of the towering sky ape, Xiaoyan's voice suddenly sounded from the interior of the cave below. Scaled serpent, I've successfully controlled the energy node. I'll have to trouble you for the next few days. Hearing this, the scaled serpent's nervous mood calmed down, and it replied. When it looked again at the sky-reaching great ape, it found that the latter's face was filled with joy. This made the scaled serpent immediately vigilant. Then, it directly landed on the ground below and guarded the cave entrance. Its gaze was always on the naked man in midair. The latter was unconcerned about this. At this moment, his focus was completely on Xiaoyan. Or perhaps it could be said that the latter was preparing to refine the purple jade pill. As long as Xiaoyan was able to refine the purple jade pill, his cultivation would be able to recover. At that time, why would he need to be afraid of this triangular-eyed fellow in front of him? In the cave, Xiaoyan's mind moved. Above the energy node, a circle of invisible energy immediately spread out, enveloping Xiaoyan and the small space around him. Immediately, Xiaoyan could clearly feel that within the space that was enveloped by the energy, whether it was the density of the space itself or the speed of the flow of the air, everything changed in an instant. Even Xiaoyan's breathing stopped for a moment. When he breathed again, he was so shocked that he felt as if he had not breathed for a long time. His entire face turned purplish red in an instant. Soon after 10 minutes, his eyes opened wide in anger. But even so, the deep shock in his eyes did not disappear. After a long while, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged in the dark space with lingering fear. With a flick of his finger, the green gold Luotian cauldron appeared. With the pill formula and a portion of the medicinal ingredients that the heaven-reaching giant ape had given him, in addition to some of Xiaoyan's own reserves, he was barely able to gather 5 sets of medicinal ingredients that could be used to refine medicinal pills. But relatively speaking, this amount was already considered very impressive. After which, Xiaoyan swiftly calmed his heart. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and a fierce, heavenly flame immediately spat out, gathering into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Soon after, with a flick of his finger, the storage ring on his finger continuously flickered. Numerous precious medicinal ingredients, which could be considered priceless treasures in the outside world, flew out like a wisp of smoke. Under the control of Xiaoyan's enormous spiritual strength, they were thrown into the medicinal cauldron in front of him, and refined at a surprisingly fast speed. Very quickly, 2 days had passed in the outside world. The scaled snake and the heaven-reaching giant ape were still facing each other from a great distance. Outside of the desolate ancient remains, Lung Bingshuang, the little fairy doctor, and the rest were quietly waiting with different emotions. Among the silent crowd, one could tell just how anxious and worried Lung Bingshuang was in her heart when she saw the frown between her eyebrows. Just as everyone was silent, the little fairy doctor, who was originally enjoying the shade under a large tree not far from Lung Bingshuang, suddenly turned her gaze to Lung Bingshuang. After hesitating for a moment, she finally stood up and walked over to Lung Bingshuang. When she came close, Lung Bingshuang's gaze had already met the latter's. The two of them stood face to face. It seemed that both of them had something to say, but neither of them opened their mouths. After being silent for a long while, the little fairy doctor gently opened her mouth. Her pair of beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Only then did she speak with some hesitation. "Can you take a walk with me in the forest? I have some things that I want to talk to you about." Hearing this, Lung Bingshuang's jade-like hand, which was hooking onto a corner of her long skirt, could not help but tremble slightly. In the end, She released the corner of her skirt and nodded her head without saying anything. Immediately, she moved her feet and walked towards the forest in front of the many pairs of surprised gazes behind her. Chapter 1085. Rumble. Within the desolate ancient ruins, the forest was empty. Thunderclouds suddenly churned in the originally calm world. The dark thunderclouds quickly covered the entire sky. In just a short span of a dozen breaths, it caused the light in the world to darken. The rumbling thunder caused the countless magical beasts in the forest below to be alarmed. A portion of the stronger magical beasts raised their heads as excitement and greed appeared in their large eyes. There were even quite a few of them that had already begun to move towards the center of the thunderclouds. Outside the cave, the scaled serpent and the towering giant ape stared in shock at the scene that had suddenly appeared in front of them. However, in the blink of an eye, the two of them regained their senses. Simultaneously, their gazes turned and landed on the cave below. Both of their eyes were filled with shock. This is pill lightning. Doesn't that mean that the violet jade pill has been successfully refined? It's only been 2 days, yet the violet jade pill has already been refined. This formation sure is wondrous. At that moment, joy filled the faces of the scaled snake and the ape, especially the ape. The refinement of the violet jade pill meant that the seal within his body would be removed. At that time, his cultivation would completely return to the origin transformation realm. He believed that at that time, no one in the western region would be his opponent with his cultivation at the origin transformation realm. The heart of the towering sky ape involuntarily rejoiced when he thought of this. At this moment, the thunderclouds in the sky suddenly changed. At the same time, quite a number of high-rank magical beasts swiftly rushed over from the distant mountain forest. These beasts had clearly sensed the extraordinariness of the medicinal pill that Xiaoyan had refined and wanted to take the opportunity to compete for it. When they saw this scene, the scaled snake and the towering giant ape involuntarily furrowed their brows. Just as the two of them were about to make a move, a shocking thunderbolt suddenly shot down from the violently churning thunder clouds in the sky. Its target was the cave directly below. As the lightning descended, a terrifying aura immediately pervaded the area. Even from a distance, the powerful energy caused people to feel nervous and uncontrollable. The expressions of the scaled snake and the giant ape instantly changed. The power of the lightning summoned by a Tier 5 medicinal pill was not something they could easily contend against. In addition, the magical beasts in the mountain forest were getting closer and closer to them. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for them. However, in the next moment, just as the lightning above their heads descended and the magical beasts in the mountain forest attacked, a black shadow indeed flashed out from the cave below like a ghost. With an extremely frightening speed, it rushed into the sky in the blink of an eye. Soon after, a fist violently collided with the descending lightning. Boom! An earth-shattering sound instantly spread out, and a terrifying energy storm swept out. The powerful energy storm was like a hurricane that swept across the sky above the sea of trees, toppling the forest. The attacking magical beasts were all blown away by this powerful energy storm. In their original spot, when the scaled snake and the ape raised their heads to look, they saw that the person who had blocked the lightning was actually Xiaoyan. With a punch, the descending lightning was forcibly stopped by Xiaoyan. However, the remaining energy from the lightning still clashed with Xiaoyan. It even climbed onto Xiaoyan's arm and entered his body. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly. With a jerk of his arm, a terrifying power suddenly struck out and shattered the remaining lightning. At the same time, with a thought, the mysterious fire in his body also quickly flowed out at this moment, wrapping around the power of the lightning that had entered his body, and began to frantically refine it. The hearts of the scaled serpent and the towering sky giant ape below were greatly shocked when they saw this scene, especially the latter. The terror of the thunderbolt was something that he clearly understood in his heart. Even at his peak, he would not dare to easily face it. However, the current Xiaoyan did not hesitate even a little as he charged forward. Just this point alone was enough to tell just how great Xiaoyan's strength was. Rumble. However, at this moment, just as Xiaoyan shattered the lightning, in the sky above, an even more terrifying lightning suddenly fell again, striking directly at Xiaoyan's head. That kind of momentum was enough to make one's heart tremble. However, the latter's expression did not change. A stern look was revealed in his eyes as his body jerked. Frightening power immediately gathered in his arms as his right hand clenched into a fist and violently swung it. Fist winds howled as an ear-piercing sonic boom echoed across the land. Next, the fist viciously collided with the second lightning bolt. Boom! A frightening energy storm unfurled once again. This time, Xiao Yan's figure was blasted back by the second lightning bolt. His figure fell 100 feet from the sky, before stabilizing himself with a frown. Xiao Yan lifted his head to look at the sky. At the same time, he controlled the heavenly flame within his body and wildly refined the lightning strength. He swallowed the waves of strength, and his own cultivation also began to vaguely rise as a result. Upon sensing this, Xiao Yan was overjoyed instead of alarmed. He circulated his Genesis Qi to expel the numbness from his arm, before leaping into the air once again to meet the lightning head-on. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The successive bombardment of several dozen lightning bolts caused Xiao Yan's face to turn deathly pale. However, the expression in his eyes grew brighter and brighter, as if he was bursting with energy. The scaled serpent and giant ape below were dumbstruck at the sight of Xiao Yan blocking so many lightning bolts by himself. The muscles on their faces twitched uncontrollably, and they looked at the former as if they were looking at a monster. Ha 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 ha. Not bad, as expected of the power of the land. Again. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth, which was dyed with blood, suddenly parted. A wild and crazy expression was revealed on his face. His eyes arrogantly stared at the thunderclouds in the sky. His body shook and the Genesis Qi within his body once again surged out. Both of his hands were swiftly lifted. His 10 fingers linked together and numerous seals were formed in a ghost-like manner. At the same time, a huge energy finger was swiftly formed in the sky above his head. Desolation finger, go! With a loud roar, the giant energy finger above Xiao Yan's head viciously charged towards the thunderclouds in the sky with a terrifying aura. Rumble! At the same time, the thunderclouds in the sky began to churn again. Thunder boomed, and another bolt of lightning fell. The destructive aura contained within it was several times stronger than before. Rumble! The world shook when the two made contact. The invisible empty space collapsed in an instant. The battleground between Xiao Yan and the thundercloud was completely destroyed. Xiao Yan's body stepped into the endless empty space and faced the pill lightning from a great distance. Only a moment later did the thunderbolt in the sky scatter. On the other hand, Xiao Yan's body had disappeared from the empty space at an unknown time. The scaled serpents and the giant ape's expressions changed when they realized this. But a split second later, the thunderclouds in the sky suddenly began to churn violently. Lightning shot out in all directions, but it was no longer as berserk and powerful as before. At the same time, a strange suction force surged out from the thunderclouds, forcibly tearing apart the lightning that surged out. The scaled serpents and the giant ape's hearts were filled with shock when they saw this strange scene. It was only a long time later when the lightning bolt scattered, revealing the figure within. Only then did the two of them understand that the source of the suction force was actually Xiao Yan, who had entered the thunderclouds. At this very moment, there were a total of 20 black tents standing in the void around Xiao Yan, surrounding him. The lightning bolts were completely devoured by the 20 tents. After being refined by Xiao Yan, waves of pure and enormous energy were poured into Xiao Yan's body. As for the 20 tents, half of them originated from the energy node in the cave below. Chapter 1086. After absorbing the strength of the Great Way within the energy nodes, Xiao Yan's tentacles, which were agglomerated from the Great Way of the Void, did indeed have 10 additional tentacles, just as he had expected. Moreover, Xiao Yan had also discovered that other than being able to help him traverse through empty space, his Void Great Way had another effect, devouring. The Way of the Void could help Xiao Yan devour the energy of the world at an even faster rate. After a simple refinement, the energy would flow into Xiao Yan's body before being refined by Xiao Yan's heavenly flame. Although it was roughly the same as absorbing and refining the energy on his own, the benefit of borrowing the Way of the Void to devour the energy of the world was that Xiao Yan could use it to devour even more powerful energy and avoid a portion of it affecting him. In other words, if Xiao Yan were to use his great Tao strength to devour those thunderbolts, the lightning strength that was emitted from them would not cause any harm to Xiao Yan's physical body. Instead, it would be directly sent into the heavenly flame to be refined and absorbed. This way, Xiao Yan's absorption of the lightning strength would be accelerated from another point of view. After a long while, Xiao Yan stood up in the air. The energy of the lightning in his body had been completely refined by Xiao Yan. It had become a large amount of energy that had fused with the vortex in Xiao Yan's body, becoming a part of him. After refining this energy, Xiao Yan was delighted to discover that his own cultivation had risen a little. Not only had he stabilized his advanced origin transformation stage cultivation, but his strength had also risen. This was an unexpected surprise. The way of the void had been strengthened, and his cultivation had increased. Adding on the fact that he had subdued an origin transformation realm expert like the heaven-reaching ape, it had to be said that Xiao Yan had benefited greatly from this trip to the desolate ancient ruins. Descending, Xiao Yan retrieved the cauldron and the violet jade pill from the cave. Afterward, he returned to the side of the scaled serpent and its companion. Seeing Xiao Yan descend, the heaven-reaching ape immediately rushed forward excitedly. It looked at Xiao Yan with a face full of smiles and hurriedly asked, "May I ask if the violet jade pill that Mr. refined?" "Here it is." Without any hesitation, Xiao Yan casually tossed a purple pill the size of a longan fruit to the former. Seeing this, the Tongtian giant ape hurriedly and carefully caught it. The scaled serpent at the side looked hesitantly at Xiao Yan, a trace of worry in its eyes. Only when it saw the confident smile on Xiao Yan's face did it secretly relax. After all, Xiao Yan had roamed the continent for many years. His experience was extraordinary. If the scaled serpent could think of this, how could he not? This towering sky ape in front of Xiao Yan might have already obtained the purple jade pill, but even if he had used the medicinal pill to recover his cultivation, it would not be difficult for Xiao Yan to kill him if he had any thoughts. As expected, after obtaining the violet jade pill, the heaven-reaching great ape did not hesitate at all. After confirming that there was no problem with the pill, it hurriedly consumed the pill and sat down cross-legged. Not far from Xiao Yan and the scaled serpent, it began to use the pill to break the seal within its body. Roughly 4 hours later, the heaven-reaching great ape suddenly opened its tightly shut eyes. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura erupted from its body. Its aura was so powerful that it was comparable to a mid-origin transformation expert. What's going on? Why have I only recovered to mid-origin transformation? Brat, what did you do to me? Sensing that there was something wrong with its cultivation, the heaven-reaching great ape's face immediately changed. It looked at Xiao Yan with a gloomy expression and a vicious look in the depths of its eyes. As expected, you've turned your back on me. Xiao Yan quietly laughed coldly in his heart. Soon after, he took a step forward, shook his head and smiled. He raised his eyes to look at the former and said, he looked at the heaven-reaching great ape and said, "I say, don't tell me you don't even understand the pill formula in your hands? The violet jade pill is indeed able to remove the seal for you, but its effects are only effective for 10 years after your cultivation is sealed. You've already been sealed here for who knows how many years. It's already pretty good that you've recovered to this extent. If you want to return to your peak, I'm afraid you'll have to find another method." "What did you say?" Hearing that, the heaven-reaching great ape was stunned. He never thought that the method he had always believed to be able to remove the seal would actually be unable to help him recover all his strength. If that was the case, he would be at a great disadvantage when facing Xiao Yan. I'm done playing. See you never." The muscles on the heaven-reaching great ape's face twitched slightly. He suddenly turned around and was about to charge out of the ruins. "Heaven-reaching great ape, you promised me that you would join my faction. Why are you going back on your word now?" Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, a mocking smile on his face. Upon hearing this, the heaven-reaching great ape grinned, revealing an icy sneer as he mocked. "Heh, yes, I did promise you, but that was only before you helped me recover all my strength. Since you failed to do so, why should I keep my promise?" After finishing, the heaven-reaching great ape turned to leave. However, the moment he turned around, Xiao Yan raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In the next instant, Wisps of light blue flames abruptly rose from the countless pores on the heaven-reaching great ape's body. In the blink of an eye, the flames had wrapped around his entire body. The sudden turn of events caused the heaven-reaching great ape's movements to abruptly freeze, his heart filled with shock. Just as he was about to circulate the Genesis chi in his body, Xiao Yan behind him sneered. I advise you not to circulate the Genesis chi in your body, or the heavenly fire on your body will only grow stronger and stronger. When that happens, even I won't be able to save you if you bring about your own destruction. The heaven-reaching great ape's heart was instantly alarmed. His body froze in the air as he angrily said without turning his head, Brat, you're despicable. Hee, I'm just taking precautions. If you had obediently followed me, I wouldn't have had to resort to such means. How about it, do you still want to leave now? Don't go too far. I, the heaven-reaching great ape, will not be bound by anyone. So you're not willing? Xiao Yan chuckled, his eyes narrowing slightly. At the same time, the raging flames burning on the former's body abruptly grew even more ferocious. Terrifying heat was released slightly, causing the heaven-reaching great ape to release a miserable howl. Enough. I promise you. In the end, the heaven-reaching great ape agreed with a roar, while Xiao Yan curled his lips into a smile. With a thought, the flames burning on the former's body scattered. If you're a little more straightforward, it will save me some effort. Xiao Yan indifferently glanced at the former. His body moved, and he led the two people behind him as they walked out of the desolate ancient remains with an extremely fast speed. Chapter 1087. After Xiao Yan's group of 3 left the desolate ancient ruins, everyone was still waiting outside. When Lung Bingshuang and Kai saw the bare-chested man behind Xiao Yan, they could not help but be shocked by his aura. Another mid-origin transformation realm expert. To the current them, such an expert was an absolute force to be reckoned with. Of course, while everyone was paying attention to the heaven-reaching ape, the latter's gaze also landed on Kai and Lung Bingshuang. When he saw Kai he could not help but feel shocked at how young she was. It was very difficult to imagine that such a young girl who still had some childishness would actually be an origin transformation expert. Moreover, her cultivation was not inferior to his current self. This guy actually has such a monstrous person by his side. His heart was slightly shocked. Immediately after, when his gaze landed on Lung Bingshuang, his entire face abruptly changed. His entire body involuntarily began to tremble. She. The heaven-reaching ape's face paled as his lips and teeth trembled. The fear in his heart was indescribable. Facing Lung Bingshuang, not only did he feel a kind of suppression in terms of cultivation, he could also feel the special aura within her body. It was a pressure that came from the royal bloodline of the devil-beast world. The pressure that came from the bloodline caused him to feel a deep sense of fear. He even had the urge to kneel before her. The law of the devil-beast world was simple and tyrannical. When facing an existence with a mid-high-rank devil-beast bloodline, even if the difference in cultivation between them was not large, the former would still lose all ability to fight. At this moment, the heaven-reaching ape was facing Lung Bingshuang. It was also at this moment that Lung Bingshuang suddenly faced Xiao Yan and let out a cold snort. The heaven-reaching ape, who was filled with fear, instantly returned to his senses. He hurriedly controlled his emotions and retreated to the side with his head lowered. Xiao Yan was a little confused as he looked at Lung Bingshuang. Immediately, he saw the indifferent expression on the little fairy doctor's pretty face and immediately had a bad premonition in his heart. As for the remaining people, they were also silent. The atmosphere between them was inexplicably stiff. This strange atmosphere continued until the group returned to the depths of the Shilin mountain range. When everyone returned to this place, they discovered that quite a number of experts from Xiao Gate were surrounding a white-clothed young man on a mountain peak with grave expressions. The do-chi within their bodies were agglomerated on the surface of their bodies. Their faces were filled with hostility, appearing extremely cautious. The young man sat cross-legged quietly with his eyes shut. He did not say a word, as if he was waiting for something. When Xiao Yan and the rest arrived, the latter's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. His gaze instantly fell on Xiao Yan, who was standing in front of the crowd. At the same time, Xiao Yan's gaze had already noticed the latter's existence. However, the corner of his mouth was involuntarily lifted into a smile. This person's arrival could be said to be providing timely help. The aura of this person was extremely familiar to Xiaoyan. It was the young master of the Murong clan whom he had met in the ancient tomb of Heaven's End. He was also Murong Qianxian's elder brother, Murong Xian. Back then, Murong Xian had quite a lot of enmity toward Xiaoyan. However, after the incident with Yi Luotian, the relationship between both parties had become much warmer. When they met again this time around, Xiaoyan had a warm smile on his face. On the other hand, Murong Xian's eyes were filled with shock when he first saw Xiaoyan. Murong Xian clearly remembered that Xiaoyan had returned to the depths of the ancient tomb of Heaven's End by himself. Afterwards, the entire dwelling began to collapse. Logically speaking, Xiaoyan should have died in the tomb. However, looking at him now, Xiaoyan was actually standing there unscathed. This truly shocked Murong Xian, as well as somewhat rejoiced. Aside from this, what shocked Murong Xian the most was Xiaoyan's current cultivation. He could clearly sense that Xiaoyan's current aura was actually much more powerful than his own. After so many years, coupled with the inheritance he had obtained from the ancient tomb of Heaven's End, Murong Xian's cultivation had reached the early origin transformation realm. He was only a step away from the mid-origin transformation realm. Unfortunately, although this kind of cultivation could be considered a demon among most of the younger generation, there was too much of a gap when compared to the current Xiaoyan. Murong Xian, why have you come? Without a doubt, Lung Bingshuang was much more familiar with this person than Xiaoyan. The moment she saw him, she could not help but ask in doubt. Sister Bingshuang, it's like this. I've come this time because I have some matters to discuss with you. It's just that your welcoming party is a little too grand. Murong Xian swept his gaze over the surrounding people from the Xiao clan, and could not help but laugh mockingly. Only when Xiaoyan and the others arrived did the crowd leave. Brother Murong, it's been a few years since we last met. How have you been? Xiaoyan opened his mouth with a face full of smiles when he had just arrived in front of him. At the same time, a pair of eyes that contained a glint also sized up the latter's body, after which he repeatedly nodded. His eyes revealed a satisfied expression. If he could obtain the assistance of the person before him, his chances of victory in the battle in the Qin Wasteland maze would undoubtedly increase by a lot. Noticing Xiaoyan's undisguised gaze, Murong Xian's heart immediately jumped. Behind him, Lung Bingshuang frowned as she glanced at Xiaoyan and asked in doubt, "What? Do you know each other?" "That's right. Back then in the Tianjua ancient tomb, I met Mr. Xiaoyan a few times." Murong Xian's gaze continued to stare at Xiaoyan as his eyes faintly flickered. Haha, it's not just a few times. Back then, Yi Luotian joined forces with the young valley master of the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley, and almost killed Brother Murong. You can't have forgotten about this, right? Hearing this, Xiaoyan grinned. However, there was a deliberate tone in his words. When Murong Xian heard this, he cupped his hands and thanked Xiaoyan with a dry smile. However, it was Lung Bingshuang who knitted her eyebrows and said in a somewhat low voice, "What? You've come into contact with the people from the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley?" When these words were spoken, Murong Xian immediately felt helpless. He had clearly come with a mission. Why was the matter from back then being brought up instead? Moreover, from the looks of it, Lung Bingshuang seemed to be very concerned about it. Helpless, Murong Xian roughly recounted how Yi Luotian and his group had taken the initiative to find trouble with them back then. Although Lung Bingshuang only heard the gist of the story, she was able to understand how dangerous it was. However, she was somewhat surprised by Xiaoyan's actions. Yi Luotian, Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. In 10 days, this king will definitely make you pay the price in blood. Lung Bingshuang's ice-cold eyes stared intently at the empty space in front of her as her jade-like hands slowly clenched. The instant her jade-like hands clenched into fists, the empty space in front of her actually exploded with a bang. This scene caused the hearts of the few people behind her to secretly shiver. Even Xiaoyan could not help but involuntarily curl his lips. However, the words that Lung Bingshuang spat out soon after caused Xiaoyan's heart to immediately rejoice. "Murong Xian, you should stay in the Shilin mountain range for the time being. In 10 days, when we have a decisive battle with the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley, We will take back all the humiliation from back then. Chapter 1088. Murongxian was speechless when he heard Lung Bingshuang's words. He did not even know what had happened here. He had only come this time to pass on a message to Lung Bingshuang. Why had he been left here? Moreover, it seemed that he was going to participate in a great battle. This had truly caught Murongxian off guard. However, Tianing and the others quickly explained Lung Bingshuang's words to him. They even explained clearly about the great battle between the Shao Gate and the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley 10 days later. Of course, it had only been 8 days since the start of the great battle. Even though Murongxian wanted to refuse, he could not help but swallow the words that had already reached his mouth when he saw Lung Bingshuang's icy face. On the other side, Xiaoyan had also relaxed. Counting it this way, with the addition of Murongxian and the towering sky giant ape, his Shao Gate currently had 6 origin transformation stage experts. In this way, he would have some confidence even if the people from the Ghost Hall were to attack. 6 origin transformation experts. A lineup like this was already enough to crush the entire western region. If it were not for his fear of the Ghost Hall, Xiaoyan would have already brought people to find them. There was no need for them to wait for 10 days. After that, Murongxian also clearly explained the purpose of his visit. It seemed that the clan behind him wanted Lung Bingshuang to take some time to return. Although these words sounded somewhat cordial, Xiaoyan was able to hear some sincerity in them. With regards to this, Lung Bingshuang also had the intention to pursue the matter. Murongxian, on the other hand, vaguely refused to explain. This caused Xiaoyan and Lung Bingshuang to harbor even more doubts in their hearts. However, it must be said that the current western region was really in troubled times. Although the Shilin mountain range appeared rather quiet, the news of the decisive battle between the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley and the Shilin mountain range swiftly spread throughout the Shilin region and the western wasteland as if it had grown wings. On the 4th day of the 10-day period, the Shilin mountain range actually received an uninvited guest. Deep within the Shilin mountain range, the people from the Shao Gate, who were preparing for the great battle 6 days later, suddenly sensed an aura that originated from outside the Shilin mountain range. The strength of the aura caused the expressions of all the Dodi present to change. Everyone felt a wave of shock in their hearts. Since when had origin transformation experts become so worthless in the western region? This person was actually an origin transformation realm expert. Swoosh swoosh. Following a couple of sonic booms, Xiaoyan's group was already standing high in the sky. The one at the front was naturally Xiaoyan. Behind him were Lung Bingshuang, the little fairy doctor, and the rest. Only the heaven-reaching ape and Murongxian were not present among them. Before knowing the identity of the person who had come, Xiaoyan hoped that he could temporarily hide a portion of his strength to avoid bringing unnecessary trouble to his group during the great battle. Only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy could one emerge victorious in 100 battles. Currently, Xiaoyan did not even know the true strength of the other party. How could he easily expose the faction in his hands? Although this person was a great distance away, Xiaoyan was still able to recognize him by relying on the familiarity in his memories. This person was actually Baijian. Baijian was the young master of the Bai family, one of the 4 great clans under the Heavenly Sword sect. His father, Baiying, was a crafty person. Back when he was still a subordinate of the Heavenly Sword sect, he had secretly allied with Xiaoyan. However, the 4 great sects had all been unified by the Withered Leaf sect, so logically speaking, the Bai family should have become Yi Luotian's subordinates. Why had he come? Haha, Brother Xiao, I never thought that you would have already reached the origin transformation realm after not seeing you for so many years. This really does surprise me. Before the person arrived, a bold laughter was transmitted over. Hearing this voice, Xiaoyan was even more certain in his heart. Who else could this person be other than Baijian? Brother Baijian, you're not bad either. Haven't you also reached the origin transformation realm? Xiaoyan clasped his hands at the empty space in front of him and smiled. Soon after, the originally empty space really began to distort. Soon after, the figure of a young man in white robes appeared in front of Xiaoyan and the others. The moment he appeared, the young man in white robes could not help but laugh. How can a mere initial origin transformation expert compare to Brother Xiao? It said that a few days ago, You force back 2 origin transformation experts from the lost valley of the Qin wastelands by yourself. You're the one who can be called a hero of our generation. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily changed after Baijian's words. He faintly smiled and changed the topic. However, he was suspicious inside. Logically speaking, news of Qin Shuo and Yi Luotian being chased away by him, and the others being killed by him should not have spread to the outside world. So how did Baijian find out? Unless, in this vast mountain forest, there were still spies of his. Then their actions in the past few days were. Haha, don't worry brother Xiao. My Bai clan has nothing to do with the lost valley of the Qin wastelands, or even Yi Luotian. As if he had seen through Xiao Yan's worries, Baijian's words hit the nail on the head, causing Xiao Yan's heart to shiver slightly. The members of the Bai clan were truly too shrewd. Behind Xiao Yan, Lung Bingshuang, Tianing and the others all frowned when they heard these words. They were somewhat suspicious in their hearts. Was there still a faction in the current western region that had not been touched by the lost valley of the Qin wastelands? If these words were uttered from someone else's mouth, Xiao Yan might still have some doubts. However, when these words came from Baijian's mouth, Xiao Yan felt that he naturally believed them. It was as though he believed something that was only natural. As the saying goes, one does not visit a temple without a cause. Brother Baijian must have come to discuss our decisive battle with the lost valley of the Qin wastelands in a few days, right? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. A glint flashed across his eyes as he said with a slight smile. Baijian also parted his mouth and smiled when he heard this. He exchanged glances with Xiao Yan, and the smiles on their faces gradually widened. Yes, but not entirely. Xiao Yan was immediately startled when these words were spoken. Lung Bingshuang, who was behind him, also immediately turned her ice-cold gaze towards Baijian. Her eyes contained a trace of enmity. If he was not here to help them, he could be treated as an enemy. Brother Xiao, I have not come here to discuss cooperation with you. Before he could finish his sentence, Lung Bingshuang, who was behind Xiao Yan, shook her delicate body. A powerful aura immediately surged out from her body. Baijian's expression also changed slightly. On the other hand, Xiao Yan hurriedly stopped Lung Bingshuang, who was about to go berserk, when his expression changed. Soon after, he looked towards Baijian. When the latter saw the helpless expression on Xiao Yan's face, a smile that was not a smile quickly flashed across his face. After which he continued to speak. I have come here this time to tell you a piece of news. I believe that this news should be extremely important to you. Baijian smiled confidently. Under Xiao Yan's doubtful gaze, he opened his mouth once again. I wonder if Brother Xiao still remembers the withered leaf goo? Chapter 1089. Dry leaf goo. Baijian's words had just left his mouth when Xiao Yan's expression slightly changed. He naturally remembered that item clearly. Dry leaf goo was Yi Luotian's unique method. It could refine a goo into the shape of a pill. Although its effects were no different from the extreme transformation pill, the difference was that the dry leaf goo would poison a person's body. Anyone who swallowed the dry leaf goo would be under Yi Luotian's control. Anyone who disobeyed would suffer unbearable agony with a single thought. Hence, anyone who swallowed the dry leaf goo would be under Yi Luotian's command for the rest of their lives. But what was Baijian's motive for saying these words? Haha, looks like Brother Xiao still remembers. I believe there is no need for me to explain the effects of this dry leaf goo. Anyone who consumes it will be under Yi Luotian's control. The moment these words were spoken, the expressions of the few people behind Xiao Yan immediately changed. Tianing and the rest also swiftly recalled the terrifying scene they had witnessed back then. However, he was able to kill someone with just a thought. Such a method could be said to be shocking. However, there is one exception, and that is you. Brother Xiao, you had also swallowed the dry leaf goo back then. Not only did you not fall under Yi Luotian's control, you even borrowed the dry leaf goo's effects to successfully raise your cultivation. I believe Brother Xiao has not forgotten about this matter. The moment Baijian's words faded, Tianing and the rest behind Xiao Yan swiftly recalled the incident. Indeed, although the dry leaf goo was terrifying, it was unable to do anything in front of Xiao Yan's heavenly flame. This caused Yi Luotian to have the opposite effect and personally raise Xiao Yan's cultivation. When Tianing and the rest recounted the incident back then, The little fairy doctor and the rest could not help but chuckle. However, Xiao Yan's gaze was focused on Baijian from beginning to end. "Brother Baijian, if you have anything to say, please speak frankly." Upon hearing this, the latter could not help but raise his eyebrows. Soon after, he pursed his lips into a smile and said, "Since that is the case, I shall not speak any further. My purpose for coming here this time is mainly to tell Brother Xiao that although the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley has been continuously expanding over the years, the one who is truly difficult to deal with is not Qin Shua, but Yi Luotian. During these years, he has relied on the withered leaf goo to secretly control experts. Most of those who were given medicinal pills by him in the name of saving lives have fallen under his control. As for those who did not listen to his orders, they were killed by him. Now the number of people under his control is innumerable. Among them, there are over 30 Do-Di experts. Among them, there is even an origin transformation expert." The expression on the faces of Xiao Yan's group suddenly changed drastically when these words were uttered. The enormous rock in their hearts, which was originally considered calm, suddenly sank a little, causing the breathing of these few people to involuntarily become rough. What they currently knew was merely the foundation of the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley's strength. As for Yi Luotian, other than Xiao Yan's baseless guess, there was no other news. However, Baijian's words could be considered as a heavy blow to Xiao Yan and the rest. Over 30 Do-Di experts, one origin transformation expert, Yi Luotian, Qin Shua, the other 2 origin transformation experts in the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley, and the 50 Do-Di that they currently possessed on the surface. This also meant that the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley possessed 5 origin transformation experts and 80 Do-Di experts. Such a lineup could be said to be terrifying. However, the thing that Xiao Yan was most worried about was still the people from the Ghost Hall. There was no doubt that the people from the Ghost Hall would participate in this battle. Once the Ghost Hall also dispatched origin transformation experts to reinforce the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley, the chances of victory for the Xiao Gate would be greatly reduced. It was unexpected that the situation between the Xiao Gate and the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley had unknowingly become so dangerous. If they were the slightest bit careless, Xiao Yan and the Xiao Gate would be consigned to eternal damnation. Fortunately, if Xiao Yan was completely unaware of all this, the result would perhaps be very difficult to fathom. However, Baijian's appearance seemed to have unknowingly disrupted the Qin Wasteland Maze Valleys, or perhaps Yi Luotian's arrangements. Xiao Yan's pitch-black eyes flashed. He immediately raised his head and his gaze met Baijian's. The two of them tacitly smiled at the same time. Lung Bingshuang and the rest also raised their eyebrows, appearing to be deep in thought. Since those people were under Yi Luotian's control because of the dry leaf goo, it was likely that none of them were willing to sincerely work for Yi Luotian. In other words, if Xiao Yan was able to use the heavenly flame to remove the dry leaf goo in their bodies, the 30 over Do-Di and origin transformation experts under Yi Luotian would naturally cease to exist once these people regained their freedom. At that time, the Xiao Gate would naturally have a higher chance of victory in the battle in the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. Now what Xiao Yan needed to do was to think of a way to rescue those 30 over people under Yi Luotian's nose. Although I am very grateful for you telling me all this, I still really want to know why you are telling me such important information. Xiao Yan withdrew his thoughts. His gaze once again landed on Baijian as he asked with a serious expression. Just treat it as repayment for Brother Xiao saving my father back then. Baijian's eyes flickered faintly as he smiled faintly. It's that simple? When 2 tigers fight, one will definitely be injured. But if the result is that both sides are injured, Brother Baijian. Xiao Yan stared intently at Baijian. Behind him, Lung Bingshuang and Kai also began to circulate the Genesis Qi in their bodies. Baijian naturally sensed this. His heart tightened, but he did not do anything. He paused for a moment before smiling. Brother Xiao is worrying too much. Don't tell me that Brother Xiao doesn't even have a little bit of trust in my Bai clan after working together so many times? I don't think there's a need for me to explain what happened before and what happened after. This time, Xiao Yan did not joke around. A single sentence from him caused Baijian's expression to abruptly change as his gaze involuntarily swept across Lung Bingshuang and Kai. However, I am still very grateful for Brother Baijian's information. No matter what your motive is, this information is extremely important to me. If there is nothing else, I believe that Brother Baijan should return. I'm afraid that you will not be used to staying here. Xiaoyan cupped his hands in a heavy manner. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyan did not make things difficult for Baijan. Instead, he purposely found a way out for the latter. Baijan also responded immediately. He turned around and left. He did not pause even a little. However, not long after Baijan had walked out, Xiaoyan suddenly opened his mouth and spoke loudly from behind. Brother Bai, I Xiaoyan am not an ungrateful person. However, if anyone tries to ride on my head, I will not hesitate to eliminate them. Hence, I hope that we can always talk face to face. Baijan's pupils abruptly shrank when he heard these words. His body quickly accelerated, dashing out of the Shilin mountain range at an astonishing speed. At the same time, in a distant mountain forest, the expression of a figure in white robes abruptly changed when he heard the mighty voice. Shock involuntarily flowed out from his eyes. This person was the head of the Bai clan, Baijan's father, Bai Ying. Chapter 1090. After Baijan left, Xiaoyan swiftly discussed the authenticity of this matter with Leng Bingshuang and the others. Finally, everyone's opinion was the same. They would rather believe the information that Baijan had provided than not. Hence, Xiaoyan's group was bound to head to the western wastelands. According to the information that Baijan had provided, the 30 over elite Dodi were secretly hidden by Yi Luotian in a small valley called the Flat Mountain West Call outside of the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. As this was Yi Luotian's own trump card, he did not hand these people over to Qin Shua. Hence, the existence of these people was an extremely secretive piece of information. It was almost impossible for outsiders to know about it. Moreover, in order to not attract any attention, there were only 6 people guarding the western call of the flat mountain. These 6 people were all high-class Dodi. Although there were only 6 elite Dodi, the Doqi of the people in the flat mountain west call had already been sealed by Yi Luotian's order due to the withered leaf goo. Hence, the people inside did not have any means to resist. If anyone did not comply, they would be directly killed by these 6 people. However, on the whole, this kind of mission could not be considered troublesome for Xiaoyan. With his strength, dealing with 6 elite Dodi was extremely easy. Although this was the case, the little fairy doctor and the rest still held a doubtful attitude toward this mission. How could there be such an easy task in this world? A faction that could sweep through the entire western region actually only sent 6 elite Dodi to guard it. This was too much of a joke. However, this time around, Xiaoyan chose to believe unconditionally. He believed the information that Baijan had provided. He believed that there were only 6 elite Dodi guarding the place. He even believed that there would not be any trouble on this trip. Finally, under the insistence of the little fairy doctor and the rest, Xiaoyan continued on his journey alone. Leng Bingshuang and the rest were entrusted by Xiaoyan to guard the Shilin mountain range and block their path. Additionally, with Xiaoyan's speed, it was very difficult for them to catch up even if they wanted to. That day, Xiaoyan headed to the western wastelands alone. By noon the next day, he had already arrived at the boundary of the western wastelands. Once again arriving at this place, Xiaoyan could not help but sigh in his heart. However, after that, it was another boring journey. Following the map, Xiaoyan quickly found the so-called Flat Mountain West Kernel in the vast desert. 2 sand dunes sat in the cold wind. Desolate sand came from afar, was blocked and swirled around these 2 sand dunes. Finally, it became a part of the sand dunes. Solid rocks and soil stood majestically, as if there were armored soldiers standing in the middle of the desert. The special environment between heaven and earth created this place. In the gap between 2 sand dunes, due to the special environment, the wind and sand swirled around the gap for a while before returning to the sand dunes. This caused more and more sand to accumulate and the sand dunes to gradually rise. At the same time, the gap between the 2 sand dunes naturally formed another space. This was the Flat Mountain West Kernel. The narrow entrance was so small that only 3 people could enter at the same time. Only after several hundred feet did the space within gradually become wider. There was no way to go any deeper. This Flat Mountain West Call was actually a fatal spot. It was indeed a good place to kill and rob. Under the investigation of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, There were indeed only 6 high-class Dodi in this flat mountain west call other than a group of people whose cultivations had been sealed. These 6 people were all 9-star Dodi. From the looks of it, Yi Luotian had indeed put in a lot of effort in order to guard this group of people. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan, who was in the outside world, could not help but smile coldly. 6 9-star Dodi. This kind of lineup could indeed be described as powerful on the surface. Unfortunately, there was too much of a difference in front of an origin transformation expert. With a flick of his finger, a strange dark black energy suddenly agglomerated in the empty space in front of him. In an instant, it turned into a dark black curtain. After which, Xiaoyan took a step forward and his entire body disappeared from the sky in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! Almost at the same time, in the depths of the western col of the flat mountain, a human figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of the 6 people who were originally sitting cross-legged. The sudden change caused the 6 people, who were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, to suddenly leap up. The expressions on their faces changed drastically. As 9-star Dodi, there were very few people who could arrive in front of them without them noticing. Hence, there was no need to doubt the strength of the person who had arrived. "May I know who you are? Why have you come here?" While the 6 of them retreated, their respectful voices were emitted. After all, there was no doubt that the person they were facing was an origin transformation expert. If they did not treat him with respect, there would be great trouble. "I am Xiaoyan. I have specially come to ask for something from the 6 of you." Xiaoyan parted his mouth and coldly smiled. At the same time, his body suddenly rushed forward. His movement was like lightning as both of his hands were clenched into fists, and he faced the 6 people. "Ask for something? Xiaoyan? Xiaoyan. You are Xiaoyan." However, by the time the 6 of them reacted, Xiaoyan's body had already appeared in front of the 6 of them in a ghost-like manner. His fist was thrown out like the wind. Before they could maneuver the Do Qi in their bodies, Xiaoyan's fist had already landed on their chests. Bang 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 bang. With 6 consecutive punches, the 6 9-star Dodi were killed by Xiaoyan at lightning speed. The appearance of this scene caused everyone to truly feel the gap between an elite Dodi and an origin transformation expert. In front of the latter, even a 9-star Dodi was no match for him. Xiaoyan finished off these 6 9-star Dodi in a lightning-like manner. Soon after, his body appeared deep within the western col of the flat mountain. A special restriction had been placed in this place. Those 30-plus experts were sealed within this restriction. Although this seal was not a formation, Xiaoyan could clearly sense that it contained Yi Luotian's aura. If an outsider were to forcefully attack this western col, even if they could get past the 6 9-star Dodi outside, they would immediately be discovered by Yi Luotian if they touched this seal. It seemed that in order to ensure that nothing unexpected would happen here, Yi Luotian had not only chosen to hide these people in the western col, which was relatively close to the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley, but he had also used this seal to ensure that he was connected to this place. This was to ensure that he would be able to take care of this place in time if someone were to forcefully attack. Unfortunately, although this seal was related to Yi Luotian, Xiao Yan, who possessed the Great Way of the Void, could easily avoid being discovered by him. Ha ha! The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted into a cold smile. He quickly raised his hand and formed a seal with his 10 fingers. At the same time, the dark black curtain once again condensed in front of him. Additionally, the power of the Great Way was also condensed in the space behind the seal. Soon after, Xiaoyan's body entered it. The moment he entered, Xiaoyan saw a group of people with cautious expressions. When Xiaoyan's gaze swept over them, he was surprised to discover that there was actually an expert he had seen before. At the same time, this person was the only origin transformation expert among the 30-plus people. This person was one of the top 3 experts in the western region. Lu Zhongtian. Chapter 1091. Shilin Region, Green Hunchback Mountain, the former site of the 4 great sections. At the peak of the mountain, layers of buildings were being rebuilt at an astonishing speed. The entire Green Hunchback Mountain looked brand new in a short period of time. Somewhere on the cliff, 2 figures in white robes stood side by side. These 2 people were actually Bai Ying and Bai Zhan, father and son. Ever since Xiao Yan and the others destroyed the remaining forces in Green Hunchback Mountain a few days ago, the Bai clan had taken advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Although Green Hunchback Mountain was only the former site of the four great sects, the treasures within were still unimaginable to outsiders. With the Bai clan's manpower, they had obtained all the remaining resources of the four great sections. To them, this was considered a large sum. Of course, to them, the most valuable thing was still Green Hunchback Mountain. Now Yi Luotian had already brought his people and merged with the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. Green Hunchback Mountain was already an ownerless land. As the resource-rich Green Hunchback Mountain in Shilin region, once they could occupy it, the resources within would be enough to support them to become the next superpower. Father, do you think Xiaoyan will save them? Bai Ying and his father stood with their hands behind their backs as they gazed at the vast Shilin region and the boundless mountain range. At a certain moment, Bai Zhan could not help but ask out of curiosity, he will definitely go. Bai Ying smiled faintly as a somewhat confident smile appeared on his face. Seeing this, Bai Zhan was even more so. The father and son looked at each other and smiled, their eyes flickering with the same light of wisdom. Father, what do you think of Xiaoyan? How do you think you compare to him? In response to Bai Zhan's question, Bai Ying's words caused the former to be at a loss. Seeing this, Bai Ying could not help but sigh deeply as he said in a low voice, I can only say that this person is not an enemy. At the same time, in the western wilderness region, on the west side of Flat Mountain, Xiaoyan stared at the middle-aged man in front of him in astonishment. Who would have thought that even this man would become Yi Luotian's prisoner? Lu Zhongtian was once known as one of the three-peak experts of the western region. Although he was a 9-star Dodi, his cultivation was close to the origin transformation realm. His battle prowess was known as the strongest below the origin transformation realm. As for the other two, Xiaoyan believed that they were Qin Shua and Lungbing Shuang. However, Xiaoyan did not expect that he would be controlled by Yi Luotian, even with his current cultivation. This really caused one to feel surprised. Seeing that the black-robed young man in front of him had actually called out his name, Lu Zhongtian could not help but reveal a disappointed expression. After Xiaoyan announced his name, shock immediately appeared on the faces of the people present, who were originally wary of him. Xiaoyan's name could be said to be known by everyone within the western region. This was especially the case for the big battle that was about to arrive a couple of days later. It had attracted the attention of a countless number of people. Although they were in the nest, they had also learned of this matter from the mouths of the 6 people outside. From this, one could tell just what kind of great reputation Xiaoyan currently possessed within the western region. Of course, all of this was the doing of Yi Luotian and the rest. Their goal was to let everyone in the western region see the defeat of the Xiao clan in the big battle a few days later. Once the Xiao clan was defeated, the other factions in the western region would naturally crumble from the bottom of their hearts. Controlling the western region in the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley would be a piece of cake. In this battle, the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley was not only after the Shilin mountain range. What they coveted was the entire western region. Mr. Xiaoyan, the big battle between you and the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley is imminent. Won't you be in danger if Yi Luotian discovers that you have come here alone? Lu Zhongtian, who had recovered, hurriedly reminded Xiaoyan. At the same time, the faces of the people behind him involuntarily revealed a furious expression when they heard Yi Luotian's name. If it was not because of Yi Luotian, so many of them would not have been imprisoned in this place. A dignified elite Dodi was actually being imprisoned like a prisoner. This was really a great humiliation. Everyone relax. I have come here to rescue all of you and leave this place. Xiaoyan merely smiled when he heard this. His face was indifferent. However, everyone present could only helplessly smile bitterly at this. Escape. How could they not want to escape from this place? Unfortunately, even if they could escape, they would still be unable to escape from Yi Luotian's evil clutches. After swallowing the dry leaf goo, their lives were already in Yi Luotian's hands. If he wanted them to live, they would live. If he wanted them to die, they would die. The so-called Dodi was just like a joke. Sigh, Mr. Xiaoyan, as you can see, it's not that we don't want to leave. However, it's a pity that we have been poisoned by Yi Luotian's dry leaf goo. Even if we leave this place, we will still be captured by him. I know that Mr. Xiaoyan has come here to prevent us from becoming Yi Luotian's helpers in the battle in a few days. Unfortunately, we are now under his control, and even we are unable to control our own actions. Therefore, Mr. Xiaoyan, in order for us to regain our freedom and for the safety of the Western region, you should kill us. Once these words were spoken, everyone's faces instantly revealed a trace of fear. However, in the end, they still sighed with heavy expressions. Indeed, the only way for them to break free from Yi Luotian's control was to kill all of them. Cuckoo, Elder Lu's words are too serious. I am here to rescue all of you. How can I kill all of you? Don't worry, there is nothing in this world that is impossible. No matter how powerful Yi Luotian's dry leaf goo is, it does not mean that there is no way to break it. Xiaoyan pursed his lips into a smile, his face filled with confidence. Lu Zhongtian's expression was immediately startled when he saw the confident smile that was revealed on Xiaoyan's face. After which, everyone present saw Xiaoyan slowly raise his hand. A thought passed through his mind and a puff sound was heard. A cluster of pale blue flames appeared in Xiaoyan's palm. This is a heavenly flame. The instant this flame appeared, everyone present could not help but cry out in surprise. Even Lu Zhongtian's face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Soon after, they saw Xiaoyan's hand suddenly clench, and the flame in his palm instantly exploded, splitting into numerous thumb-sized flames that stopped in front of everyone present. Looking at the tiny ball of flame floating in front of them, none of the people present dared to underestimate it. A heavenly flame was the most domineering force in the world. Even if it was only a small ball, its power was definitely not to be underestimated. Furthermore, the dou qi in their bodies had been completely sealed, and they did not have the slightest bit of strength to resist the heavenly flame. If they were to come into contact with even the slightest bit of it, they would instantly lose their lives. Everyone, if you trust me, please swallow the flame in front of you. Once the heavenly flame enters your body, it will naturally remove the dry leaf goo in your body. At that time, Yi Luotian's control over all of you will naturally disappear, and everyone will regain their freedom. Once these words were spoken, although many of the people present were moved, they did not dare to open their mouths to swallow it. After all, the thing floating in front of them was a heavenly flame. If they were the slightest bit careless, only death awaited them. Who would dare to carelessly try? On the other hand, Lu Zhongtian could only grit his teeth when he saw that the person behind him was unmoved. He looked at Xiaoyan and nodded heavily. Soon after, he swallowed the floating flame in front of him. As soon as the heavenly flame entered his body, it rapidly spread out. Relying on the natural restraining effect of fire on plants, it rapidly burned away all the dry leaf goo in Lu Zhongtian's body in a short period of time. The moment the dry leaf goo was completely removed, the sealed Genesis Qi in Lu Zhongtian's body abruptly began to circulate, and his cultivation recovered. It's a success. My cultivation has recovered and the dry leaf goo has also been completely removed. Lu Zhongtian could not help but loudly cry out after recovering his cultivation. At the same time, a faint layer of Genesis Qi rose from the surface of his body. Sure enough, his initial origin transformation stage cultivation had been completely restored. With Lu Zhongtian at the front, everyone behind him was naturally excited. They did not hesitate to swallow the flame in front of them. Not long after, the 30-plus elite Dou Di present in Lu Zhongtian, who was at the initial stage of the origin transformation realm, completely recovered their cultivation. After everyone thanked Xiaoyan in unison, they all left Pingshan Mountain Pass through the Great Path of the Void under his lead. As such, one of Yi Luotian's greatest trump cards had been neutralized by Xiaoyan. With this hidden danger removed, it was time to prepare for the official showdown in the Qin Desolate Maze Valley. Chapter 1092. Xiaoyan did not go straight back to the Shilin mountain range, after leaving the western valley of the flat mountain. Instead, he turned and went to a city in the western wilderness. Distant Saint City, where the Alchemist Alliance of the western region was located, was also one of the most prosperous cities in the western region. Xiaoyan went to Distant Saint City this time, hoping to use his relationship with the Alchemist Alliance to get their help in this war. Xiaoyan did not wait too long after arriving at distant Saint City, but went directly to the headquarters of the Alchemist Alliance in the city. He hoped to see Shingon this time. If that was the case, he might be able to achieve his purpose of coming here. Xiaoyan arrived in front of the Alchemist Alliance. He looked at the enormous building in front of him, and involuntarily felt a shock in his heart. It was indeed worthy of being the Alchemist Alliance. It was likely that no one in the entire Western region would be able to afford such an extravagance. The building of the Alchemist Alliance was like a rugged mountain. The layers of buildings were high into the clouds, and the peak was so high that it reached the 9 heavens. The towering figure was like a huge beast standing in the city. There was a pill fragrance permeating the air from time to time, as if it was shrouded in clouds, making it look even more magnificent. The tall main gate stood in the city in a domineering manner. At this moment, Xiaoyan was standing in front of the gate. Looking at the 2 soldiers in black armor standing on both sides of the gate, Xiaoyan could not help but raise his eyebrows. The cultivation of these 2 people had actually reached the level of 3-star Do-D. Letting a Do-D guard the gate, this was probably something that even the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley could not do. The Alchemist Alliance was really rich and imposing. Then, Xiaoyan lifted his foot and was about to enter, but at this moment, the 2 soldiers suddenly took a step forward and stretched out their hands at the same time, blocking Xiaoyan's path. Mister, if you want to enter the Alchemist Alliance, you must first show the Alchemist badge granted by the Alliance, or the cultivation of the Origin Transformation Realm. Otherwise, no one is allowed to enter. 2 majestic and overbearing voices rang out at the same time, causing Xiaoyan, who had taken a step forward, to involuntarily take a step back. Only then did he understand. However, just as Xiaoyan was about to take out the alchemist badge that Han Dong had given him, Xiaoyan's side suddenly felt a wave of energy rushing over. Xiaoyan glanced from the corner of his eyes, and saw a young man who was about to push open the door of the Alchemist Alliance. Xiaoyan frowned. His body moved slightly to the side and easily dodged the young man's action. At the same time, his body moved to the side as he looked at the latter with a solemn expression. Where did this little brat come from? Can't you see that Grandmaster Zhao is here? You actually dare to block the door. Seeing the displeasure on Xiaoyan's face, the young man's face was filled with disdain. He coldly glanced at Xiaoyan before instantly turning his head. With a smile, he looked at an old man wearing alchemist robes behind him. The old man's figure was slightly stooped. Aside from his head, his entire body was covered by the alchemist robes. His old face was both withered and yellow, but it was also filled with vitality. The most eye-catching hooked nose was his greatest distinguishing feature. A pair of deeply sunken old eyes gave off a sharp light. Combined with his stooped body, he looked like a vulture, causing people to tremble in fear. Jiaming, before we left, didn't I tell you not to get angry today? Do you want the people in the alliance to laugh at me? The old man spoke faintly. His gaze did not land on Xiaoyan from the beginning until the end. That young man called Jiaming hurriedly smiled and nodded when he heard this. However, his face was filled with an unconcerned expression. This was only today. If it was any other day, why would this old man care about suppressing others? All right, let's go in, the old man indifferently said. Then he slowly moved forward. When Jiaming saw this, he hurriedly went forward to support him. As for the 2 soldiers who were blocking Xiaoyan's path, they hurriedly bowed and opened up a path for the 2 of them. Only when they saw the 2 of them enter the Alchemist Alliance did they shake their heads and withdraw their gazes. Clearly, even though they were clear about the nature of these 2 people, they were helpless. Soon after, Xiaoyan once again stepped forward. With a faint smile on his face, he took out the alchemist badge from his storage ring. When the 2 of them saw the badge, their faces immediately revealed a respectful expression. Xiaoyan also politely nodded his head and entered the Alchemist Alliance. When they saw Xiaoyan's figure enter, the 2 soldiers once again withdrew their gazes. They looked at each other and could not help but nod their heads. Their mouths were filled with amazement. Compared to the old man who had just entered, the current Xiaoyan far surpassed him in terms of age and behavior. Sometimes, one really could not judge a person based on his appearance. After entering the Alchemist Alliance, there were quite a number of people walking about in the spacious hall on the first floor. As for the two people who had just entered, they had already disappeared. After a few inquiries, Xiaoyan met a white-haired old man with a kind face in the hall on the first floor. The latter was the deacon of this place. He was in charge of guiding newcomers to the Alchemist Alliance for the first time. Haha, young friend, this old man is Han Dan. I heard you say that you have come to the Alliance this time to find the vice-chairman? Arriving in front of him, the old man's turbid eyes swept across Xiaoyan's body. A glint immediately flashed in the depths of his eyes. He immediately cupped his hands together and politely asked, "That's right. This junior has come to the Alliance this time to find Vice-Chairman Han Dong." Hearing this, Xiaoyan did not dare to tarry and hurriedly cupped his hands together. With his cultivation, it was naturally not difficult for him to see that this old man was actually an origin transformation expert. He never imagined that even an ordinary-looking deacon in the Alchemist Alliance would possess such a cultivation. It was truly eye-catching. Haha, young friend, you may not know this, but the Alchemist Alliance has a special rule. Anyone who comes to the Alchemist Alliance for the first time can only request to see the person who invited them to the Alliance unless they have made an appointment beforehand. Thus, I'm sorry, but I wonder if you can show me your alchemist badge before you enter? Hearing Xiaoyan's words, the old man's face did not show much surprise. He had met far too many people who wanted to see the president. However, rules were rules and no one could change them. Xiaoyan could not help but be surprised by this. He never imagined that it would be so difficult to meet someone in the Alchemist Alliance. However, he understood after thinking about it. The Alchemist Alliance had an extraordinary status on the continent. There were countless people who wanted to curry favor with the Alchemist Alliance. It was normal for the Alchemist Alliance to have such a rule. Afterward, Xiaoyan casually handed over the badge in his hand to the old man. He clearly understood that the name of the person who invited them would be clearly engraved on the back of every badge issued by the Alchemist Alliance. This method would save him a lot of trouble. Sure enough, when the old man saw the two words Han Dong engraved on the back of the badge, shock immediately appeared on his face. He never imagined that the young man in front of him would actually be personally invited by Han Dong. However, since that was the case, he naturally had to bring Xiaoyan to see Han Dong. "Young friend, please follow me." The old man smiled amiably and led the way for Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan also smiled and nodded. He took back the badge that the old man had returned, after which he followed the old man upstairs to search for Han Dong. Chapter 1093. Very quickly, Xiaoyan arrived in front of a stone door under the guidance of the old man. Along the way, the white-haired old man continuously beat around the bush with Xiaoyan, trying to find out the latter's identity. After all, the black-robed young man was so young, and was personally invited by the vice president. He did not believe that the black-robed young man in front of him was some nobody. Unfortunately, no matter how the old man interrogated, Xiaoyan still managed to answer him in a clever manner. From the beginning to the end, the old man was unable to get any useful information out of him. In the end, the two of them simply became quiet until they arrived in front of the stone door. There was a living room outside the stone door. It was fully furnished. At this moment, when Xiaoyan and Han Dan arrived, they discovered that Jia Ming and the old man, whom they had met outside the Alchemist Alliance, were also here. Moreover, from their appearance, they seemed to be waiting for something. When the two of them saw Xiaoyan and Han Dan arrive, they hurriedly stood up. The old man's gaze immediately landed on Han Dan. On the other hand, Jia Ming's gaze was fixed on Xiaoyan the moment he saw him. He frowned tightly and his heart was filled with suspicion. He could not understand why this young brat would appear here. "Haha, Deacon Han. Why do you have the time to come here? Are you also here to look for the vice president?" Hearing this, Han Dan smiled faintly. His old eyes swept over the old man and said, "It's nothing. It's just that this young friend wants to meet the vice president, so I brought him here." Immediately after, the old man's gaze finally noticed Xiaoyan, who was beside Han Dan. He immediately frowned. He did not expect that it would be Xiaoyan, whom he had met once before. "Oh, so that's the case. I did not expect this young friend to be able to obtain the vice president's appreciation at such a young age. However, I'm sorry, I have an appointment with the vice president today. Therefore, I think you should come another day." The old man narrowed his eyes as he looked at Xiao Yan. His heart was a little surprised. He was naturally able to imagine the reason behind being personally led to this place by Han Dan. However, regardless of how one put it, he already had an agreement with the deputy chairman. It was impossible for him to give in because of any reason. Hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but frown. If that was the case, it would be troublesome. However, Han Dan, who was beside him, grinned and said, "Grandmaster Zhao, even if that's the case, it's not up to you to decide who the vice president wants to meet. So, I think it's better to let the vice president choose for himself." As soon as these words came out, Master Zhao's face suddenly changed slightly, but then he laughed dryly, nodded, and didn't say anything more. After which, Han Dan left, leaving Xiao Yan and the other two seated opposite each other. "Haha, Mr. is indeed a young hero. You were invited to join the Alchemist Alliance at such a young age. Your future can be said to be limitless." "Mister, you flatter me. I'm just lucky." Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled faintly, which was considered a response. Seeing this, Jia Ming, who was beside the old man, immediately frowned. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by the old man. "I am Zhao Chuanchen, the chief alchemist of the Luli City's Alchemist Guild. Of course, after today, I am no longer one. I wonder where you are from." Zhao Chuanchen's gaze carefully sized up Xiao Yan. He believed that since the other party was able to be personally invited by the vice president of the Alchemist Guild, then the black-robed young man in front of him was definitely not a nobody. "Xiao Clan." After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yan indifferently replied with these two words. However, when Zhao Chuanchen and Jia Ming heard this, the two of them immediately frowned. They had lived in the western region for many years, but they had never heard of such a force. Could it be some unknown small sect? Thinking of this, the master and disciple immediately sneered in their hearts. Since he was someone who came from one of those small forces, then there was basically nothing to be afraid of. Even if the vice president, Han Dong, personally invited him to join the Alchemist Alliance, in front of a high-rank alchemist, a fledgling kid was simply unable to influence anything. Rolling his eyes, Zhao Chuanchen's gaze once again landed on Xiao Yan's body. He grinned and laughed. "Little friend, to be honest, it's not that I want to make things difficult for you. It's just that today, I indeed have an appointment with the vice president, Han Dong, and I will definitely have to meet him. At that time, I'm afraid that the vice president won't have the time to entertain you. Therefore, in order to not embarrass the vice president, why don't you leave first and stay in the city for a day before coming to visit?" At the same time these words were spat out, Zhao Chuanchen's pair of dark old eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. An invisible pressure came pouncing over. However, Xiao Yan ignored it as though it was nothing. "Heh!" With a sneer, Xiao Yan raised his eyes, stared at Zhao Chuanchen opposite him, and said in an indifferent tone, "From what I see, it's better for you to leave. Otherwise, the vice president will chase you away. If that's the case, I'm afraid that you won't be able to hold on to your old face. Brat, don't fail to appreciate my kindness. My teacher has rarely been so polite to others. Today he is giving face to the vice president. Therefore he is tolerating you. If you know what's good for you, you should leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me for chasing you away." Seeing that Xiao Yan was indifferent, Jia Ming, who was beside Zhao Chuanchen, immediately felt that an opportunity had arrived. At the same time that his body stood up, an imposing pressure that belonged to a 5-star Dodi instantly surged out from his body and charged directly at Xiao Yan. Humph. However, in the face of this imposing pressure, Xiao Yan merely snorted coldly. Similarly, an invisible force immediately swept out. It was like an invisible storm. Before Zhao Chuanchen could react, it sent Jia Ming flying and violently smashed into the wall behind him. "Brat, don't go overboard when you do things. He is my disciple." By the time Zhao Chuanchen recovered, Jia Ming had already fallen to the ground with a pale face. His mouth repeatedly emitted a moaning sound. The former immediately turned his gaze that carried fury toward Xiao Yan as he angrily reprimanded. "Oh, that's right. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The disciple deserves to be beaten. As the master, you deserve to be beaten even more. What did you say?" After Xiao Yan's words fell, Zhao Chuanshen's mind immediately shook. However, before he could recover, Xiao Yan suddenly attacked and ruthlessly slapped Zhao Chuanshen across the air. In an instant, the latter did not have the chance to refute, and his body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Subsequently, just as Xiao Yan was about to continue attacking, the tightly shut stone door in the depths of the hall slowly opened. At the same time, a somewhat familiar voice was emitted. Xiao Yan, on account of this old man, let him off this time. Chapter 1094. At the same time that he heard that familiar voice, Xiao Yan's hand, which had just been lifted, paused. He smiled slightly and said, since the vice president has spoken, I naturally have to give him face. Haha, after not seeing you for a few years, I didn't expect you to be so different from before. Even I can't catch up to your cultivation. It's really like the new generation excels the old. The stone door opened, and an old man wearing an alchemist robe stepped out from behind the stone door. He looked at Xiao Yan with a kind smile on his face, and as he sized him up, his eyes were filled with amazement. Now, the black-robed young man in front of him had unknowingly become a person that even he could not help but sigh at. President Han, after not seeing you for a few years, you are still as strong as ever. Turning towards Han Dong, Xiao Yan's face immediately revealed a thick smile. He hurriedly cupped his fists respectfully towards the former, and said in a solemn tone, Haha, that's enough. If you have anything to say, let's talk inside. This old man doesn't think that you came here just to catch up. With a light wave of his hand, Han Dong invited Xiao Yan into the stone door. Only after the stone door in front of him closed did Zhao Chuanshen crawl up from the ground with a heart full of fear. He recalled the conversation between Han Dong and Xiao Yan just now, especially when he thought of Xiao Yan's name. The fear in his old eyes immediately became even more intense. Xiao Yan. He's actually that Xiao Yan. With the fear in his heart, Zhao Chuanshen panicked and left the alchemist alliance with Jia Ming as if he was fleeing. At the same time, Xiao Yan and Han Dong also sat down in the brightly lit stone room. I say, there are only a few days left before the 10-day deadline, but why do you still have the time to come here? After the two of them sat down, Han Dong casually poured a cup of tea for Xiao Yan and handed it to the latter. Xiao Yan received the tea in front of him, took a sip, and smiled. I came here at this time because I want to repay the president's kindness. However, I wonder if he is in the alliance right now. Hearing this, Han Dong could not help but look at Xiao Yan suspiciously. He did not think that the latter's purpose for coming here was really what he said. Haha, you're here for the embryonic phoenix pill, right? The president has already told me about it. Consider yourself lucky, kid. The president just returned not long ago, and will be leaving the alliance again in a few days. If you came a few days later, I'm afraid you won't be able to see him. Han Dong laughed. Hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. If that was the case, it meant that he still had a chance. Ha 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 ha, kid, it seems like you still remember this old man. It was also at this moment that the tightly shut stone door opened once more. A slightly unkempt old man appeared before Xiao Yan and Han Dong. This person was the president of the Western Region Alchemist Alliance, Xingan. After not seeing him for a couple of years, Xingan still had that sloppy appearance from back then. However, the feeling that he gave off had changed for some unknown reason. When Xiao Yan's eyes landed on Xingan, the latter's face was filled with surprise as he sized Xiao Yan up. His heart felt extremely surprised. SSS. Brat, what kind of heavenly resources have you been eating these past few years? How has your cultivation advanced so quickly? You've already reached late origin transformation. Within a short couple of years, Xiao Yan's cultivation had leaped by a large margin compared to before. This really caused Xingan's heart to feel extremely shocked. Regardless of how great Xiao Yan's training talent was, it was impossible for him to raise his strength so quickly. Kid, you wouldn't have used some sort of evil secret technique, right? You have to understand that while those things can help you improve your cultivation, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages in the end. You absolutely can't treat your life as a joke. While he was shocked, Xingan could not help but link Xiao Yan's rapid increase in cultivation to some sort of evil secret technique. He even went so far as to step forward and examine Xiao Yan. However, Xiaoyan could not help but laugh at Xinggan's rich imagination. He stood up and looked at Xinggan with an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Senior, please rest assured. Senior, please be at ease. Junior's cultivation is absolutely steady, and it's absolutely impossible for me to rely on any unorthodox methods." "Are you telling the truth?" Even though that was the case, Xinggan was still doubtful. After all, Xiaoyan's rate of increase in cultivation was just too exaggerated. It was very difficult for him not to be suspicious. "If Senior still has any doubts, please feel free to make a move. You'll know once you give it a try." A confident smile rose from the corners of Xiaoyan's lips as he exchanged glances with Xinggan. At the same time, the Genesis Qi in the vortex in his body began to circulate. Xinggan could not help but raise his brows when he saw this. Soon after, he looked at Xiaoyan in interest as a glint flashed in the depths of his old eyes. "Hee, since that's the case, I won't hold back." Xinggan did not hold back either. He raised his hand and dense Genesis Qi immediately rose from his palm. By the side, Han Dong frowned when he saw this and made way for the two. Xinggan, who was only a few steps away from Xiaoyan, suddenly moved. As he took a step forward, he sent a palm strike towards Xiaoyan's chest. Although Xiaoyan was already prepared, he was shocked to discover that Xinggan was much faster than he had imagined. Xinggan's speed had long surpassed the limits of an origin transformation expert. Return stage. Xiaoyan's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, he came to a realization. No wonder Xiaoyan felt an indescribable sensation from Xinggan's body. Xinggan's cultivation had already broken through to the returnant stage. Xiaoyan did not dare to be negligent when he thought of this. A thought passed through his mind, and the Genesis Qi in his body began to swiftly circulate. The Sky Extinction Step and the Wing Elephant Art were unleashed at the same time. Not only did Xiaoyan's speed increase, but even his overall movement and the maneuvering of his Genesis Qi had become much more agile. Xiaoyan swiftly raised his right hand in the face of the palm that was heading toward him. He opened his palm. A thought passed through his heart and a pale blue, heavenly flame swiftly agglomerated in his palm. It collided head-on with Xinggan's palm at the same time. Boom! Soon after, a muffled collision sound appeared. Xiaoyan's right arm involuntarily trembled. Immediately, an incomparably large force attacked him from the front, forcing him back in one go. Only after he took over a dozen steps back did his body shake. The remaining force on his body was completely removed. This was also because Xinggan had held back. As the two clashed, Xiaoyan, who was at the late origin transformation realm, and one of the strongest experts in the western region, could not even last a single exchange against Xinggan. From this, one could imagine just how terrifying a returnance expert was. However, just as Xiaoyan steadied himself, Xinggan withdrew his hand. Xinggan's pupils abruptly shrank as he stared at the last wisp of extinguished blue flame in his hand. His heart was filled with surprise. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that the wisp of flame was definitely a heavenly flame. However, based on his knowledge, among all the heavenly flames on the heavenly flame ranking, there did not seem to be any heavenly flame with a light blue flame. This caused him to be extremely shocked. However, at the same time, Xinggan was certain that Xiaoyan's cultivation had not been obtained through unorthodox means. Although Xiaoyan was not his match in the previous clash, the power that the latter had erupted with was undoubtedly much greater than other experts of the same cultivation level. There was no need to doubt this. TSK. Good kid, your cultivation is much thicker than I imagined. Looks like you've had quite a few miraculous encounters over the past few years. Xinggan clicked his tongue and exclaimed at Xiaoyan after recovering. The latter smiled in a non-committal manner upon hearing this. He withdrew the Genesis Qi that had been released from his body. With a flip of his hand, a jade bottle appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. Elder, this is the third pill that this junior owes you, the embryonic phoenix pill. Upon seeing the jade bottle that Xiaoyan handed to him, Xinggan's expression was first slightly stunned. Soon after, a satisfied smile appeared on his face as he laughed heartily. Good kid. You still remember what you owe me. Since that is the case, I shall accept it. Xinggan received the jade bottle from Xiao Yan's hand without any courtesy. He roughly glanced at it, and a surprised glint flashed across his old eyes. Only after which did he store the medicinal pill into his storage ring. His eyes once again landed on Xiao Yan. Little one, it seems that not only has your cultivation soared over the past few years, even your alchemy skills have never fallen behind. From what I can see, your current spiritual strength is likely comparable to a rank 5 alchemist. With the help of a heavenly flame, the quality of the pills you refine is indeed extraordinary. Xiao Yan smiled awkwardly when he heard this. Did this old man think that this medicinal pill was something that he had recently refined? However, he did not know just what kind of expression Xinggan would reveal if he learned that this medicinal pill was something that Xiao Yan had refined when he had first entered the Northern Sea. Hee. Alright, I've already accepted the pill. You should tell me why you've come to the Alchemist Alliance. Han Dong's gaze instantly returned to Xiao Yan when these words were uttered. Xinggan and Han Dong did not believe that Xiao Yan's purpose in coming to the Alchemist Alliance was as simple as returning the pill. Given the current situation in the Western region, most forces were maintaining a wait-and-see attitude, and the Alchemist Alliance was no exception. There was only one reason why Xiao Yan had come to them at this time. Since the two seniors have asked, then I shall not beat around the bush. I'm here to invite the Alchemist Alliance to cooperate and join forces. However, before Xiao Yan's voice died away, Xinggan frowned and raised his hand, motioning for Xiao Yan to stop. Xiao Yan, you should know that our Alchemist Alliance belongs to the Pill Tower in the central region. Although our forces are all over the continent, we cannot get involved in the battle between the regional forces. This is also the reason why the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley is so arrogant and domineering in the western region, but has never set foot in distant Saint City. He is not only afraid of the Pill Tower behind the Alchemist Alliance, but also does not want to provoke us to get involved in their dispute for any reason. I hope you can understand this. So sorry, we have no reason to get involved in the battle between you and the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. Chapter 1095. Xing Qian's words basically represented the Alchemist Alliance in rejecting Xiao Yan. This also meant that the Alchemist Alliance would never get involved in this matter, no matter how Xiao Yan invited them. Xiao Yan could not help but frown helplessly when he thought of that. Since Xing Qian had already said that, there was obviously no need for him to say anything more. Of course, although we are unable to send anyone to help you, you are still a member of our Alchemist Alliance. The face of a member of our Alchemist Alliance naturally has to be taken care of by us. Keep this medicinal pill. Perhaps there will be a time when you will need it. Xinggan's eyes rotated when he noticed the helpless expression that Xiao Yan revealed on his face. Immediately, he took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. There was also a medicinal pill within it. However, just from the fact that Xinggan had taken it out, this medicinal pill was definitely not something that an ordinary medicinal pill could compare with. At the very least, Xiao Yan did not think that he currently possessed any medicinal pill with a value that could compare with this. Class 6 pill, the Dragon Bone pill. It can greatly increase your cultivation in a short amount of time. The side effects are basically negligible. Once the medicinal effects are too great, the user will fall into a deep sleep for an hour. It's just a pity that refining this pill is rather complicated. Even I only have one. I hope it'll be of use to you. Xinggan's voice was transmitted into Xiao Yan's ears when he extended his hand to receive the medicinal pill. A surprised glint immediately surged into Xiao Yan's eyes when he heard the words Tier 6 medicinal pill. It was unexpected that Xinggan would take out a Tier 6 medicinal pill. Soon after, his heart was shocked when he heard about the medicinal effects of this Dragon Bone pill, being able to greatly increase the cultivation of an origin transformation expert within a short period of time. Just this point alone was already sufficiently shocking. This Dragon Bone pill was indeed worthy of being a Tier 6 medicinal pill. If there were a couple more of them, Xiao Yan was confident that he would be able to finish off Yi Luotian's group by himself. With Xiao Yan's current cultivation, the Dragon Bone pill could allow him to reach returnance in a short amount of time. If there were a few more, the effects would be unimaginable. Brat, don't think too much about it. 4 pills like this that can increase cultivation, no matter how many you eat at once. Only one pill will have an effect. Furthermore, although this dragon bone pill doesn't have many side effects, because of its medicinal properties, consuming another dragon bone pill within 3 months after consuming it will not have any effect. Instead, it will prolong the medicinal effects in your body, causing you to be unable to consume it again for a longer period of time in the future. Of course, if anyone is stubborn enough to refine it and make it work, only death awaits them. Xiaoyan immediately curled his lips when he heard what Xingqian had said. He looked away and quickly put the jade bottle away carefully. Only after that did he smile in an embarrassed manner. He obviously understood what Xingqian was saying, but it was just his imagination. Oh right, I still haven't asked you. What are your chances of victory in the battle against the Qin Wasteland Maze? According to what I know, the Qin Wasteland Maze has a total of 4 origin transformation experts, but you and the girl from the Shilin Mountain Range only have 2 origin transformation experts. Don't tell me you're placing all your hopes on my alchemist alliance? Xinggan's and Handong's faces immediately revealed a worried expression when they returned to the main topic. After all, this concerned a battle between origin transformation experts. Just the difference of one person could decide the outcome of the battle in an instant. Based on the current situation, the strength of Xiao Yan's side that he was aware of made it difficult for him not to worry. Haha, please do not worry, seniors. Whatever the Qin Wasteland Maze has, we will only have more than them. Moreover, from what I see, the true trouble in the battle against the Qin Wasteland Maze is not them but Yi Luotian. Xingqian and Han Dong relaxed slightly when they heard Xiao Yan's words, but soon after, they began to frown again. The two of them looked at each other, and confusion involuntarily appeared in their eyes. It was obvious that they were not familiar with this Yi Luotian. Yi Luotian is the sect master of the Withered Leaf sect, one of the 4 great sects of the Shilin region. This person hides himself extremely well. Back in the ancient tomb of Heaven's End, he was the one who single-handedly finished off the other 2 sect masters of the 4 great sections. Afterwards, he even forcefully swallowed up the 4 great sects before allying with the Qin Wasteland Maze. SSS. Xiao Yan's simple explanation allowed the two of them to immediately understand the cause and effect of the changes in the western region over the past few years. From the looks of it, all these changes were caused by this Yi Luotian. After all, before Xiao Yan allied with the Qin Wasteland Maze, the latter had always kept a low profile and lived in seclusion in the western desolate region. In fact, many people in the entire western region had already gradually forgotten about this super faction that had once dominated the entire western region. To think that this Yi Luotian actually has such means. With his strength alone, he is actually able to make the already hidden Qin Wasteland Maze appear once again. The two of them frowned as they looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable shock. However, Xiaoyan gently shook his head in response. His words were filled with deep meaning as he spoke to Xingqian. Senior, do you really believe that he alone is able to stir up such a storm in the western region? Aren't you overestimating him? Without waiting for the two of them to open their mouths to ask, Xiaoyan quickly continued. According to what I know, in the western region, other than these factions that we already know, there are still other factions hidden in the dark. These factions are not originally from the western region, but have spread out from other provinces. Or rather, they are branches that have spread here. After Xiao Yan's words sounded, Xingqian and Han Dong's eyes involuntarily flashed. Xiao Yan's eyelids slightly lowered, as if he did not notice anything. In reality, Xiao Yan had always been very clear about these so-called external factions. Regardless of whether it was the Alchemist Alliance, the Ghost Hall, or even the Union Pavilion and the Heavenly Clouds Auction House, he was very clear that these factions that he knew of all originated from the same place on the continent, the Middle Region. However, the current situation was still unclear. Xiao Yan was also unable to determine why they had spread their factions to the outskirts of the continent. However, he was certain that there was definitely some sort of hidden connection between these factions. Soon after, when the two of them regained their senses, Xiao Yan once again spoke. However, the words that came out of his mouth instantly caused the expressions of the two to change. The faction behind Yi Luotian is a faction from the Middle Region called the Ghost Hall. Chapter 1096. Ghost Hall. Xinggan and Han Dong's expressions abruptly changed when they heard Xiao Yan's words. Astonishment involuntarily surfaced in their eyes. They never imagined that Yi Luotian would actually be related to Ghost Hall. Soon after, the two of them once again exchanged glances. When they saw the astonishment in each other's eyes, the shock in their hearts became even more intense. "Little fellow, are you certain that the faction supporting Yi Luotian is really Ghost Hall?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan nodded his head with certainty. At the same time, he gave a rough description of the members of Ghost Hall. This time, Xinggan and Handong no longer had any doubts in their hearts. Even so, Xinggan still did not agree to Xiaoyan's suggestion of an alliance. "Xiaoyan, your news has indeed shocked us. However, the rules of the alliance cannot be broken. You should return first." Xinggan frowned and pondered for a moment. Only then did he speak somewhat hesitantly. At the same time, Handong also swept his gaze over the two of them. His gaze quickly met Xinggan's before he nodded his head in an almost undetectable manner. Soon after, he spoke to Xiaoyan. "Xiaoyan, why don't you return first? Of course, we also know that this matter is not as simple as it appears on the surface. To be safe, we can promise you that the alliance will continue to observe. If there is no other choice, we will definitely ensure your safety." The repeated persuasion from the two of them caused Xiaoyan to feel somewhat helpless. After expressing his thanks, he left on his own. After Xiaoyan left the stone room, the expressions of Xinggan's duo within the stone room instantly became grave. "I really did not expect that they would actually participate in this matter. Moreover, from the looks of it, they seem to want to use the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley as a cover to secretly control the western region." Ghost Hall. It has been many years since there was any major news about them. To think that they actually want to swallow the western region the moment they appear. Their appetite is really big. At this moment, the two of them repeatedly thought about the battle between Xiaoyan and the Qin Desolate Maze. In particular, when they thought about the Ghost Hall, they felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Even they had little understanding of this strange faction. Although they were also from the Middle Region, the only thing they knew about the Ghost Hall was that it was from a faction called the Ghost Slaughter Gate in the Middle Region. Moreover, "Guild leader, should we report this to the higher-ups?" Han Dong suddenly said. Xing Qian pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "It's better not to. The Ghost Palace in the Western region is acting strangely, but we don't know what the other regions are doing. Let's inform them first. It won't be too late to report to the higher-ups after we've investigated the reason behind this." After which, Han Dong nodded his head. The two people in the stone room once again descended into deep thought. At the same time, Xiaoyan was hurrying towards the Shilin region with a suspicious face. From the expressions on the faces of Xinggan and Han Dong earlier, they were also quite afraid of the Ghost Hall. Moreover, they seemed to be extremely shocked by the appearance of the people from the Ghost Hall. From this point, it was not difficult to guess that the Alchemist Alliance should have been secretly observing the actions of the Ghost Hall for a long time. There was also Luo Jin's group. The existence of these factions made Xiaoyan secretly associate them in his mind. Their existence did not seem to be an extension of the faction. Instead, it felt like they were restraining each other. Very quickly, Xiaoyan returned to the Shilin mountain range. Seeing the former successfully return, the little fairy doctor and the rest in the mountain range could not help but secretly sigh in relief. Among these people, the one who was most worried about Xiaoyan was Leng Shuang, whose beautiful face seemed to be ice cold. For some unknown reason, her heart was actually much more relaxed and joyful than the people around her when she saw Xiaoyan return. The stuffiness that had been suppressed in her chest had also loosened. When she recalled the first 2 days when Xiaoyan was not around, the black-robed figure with a smile on his face had also repeatedly surfaced in her mind. At the same time, the so-called hatred in the bottom of her heart had actually disappeared without her realizing it. After Xiaoyan returned to the Shilin mountain range, he began to swiftly reorganize his forces. On the 9th day, he led the group of experts behind him and headed toward Shahi Shop. At the same time, the experts from all over the western region were using their personal actions to observe the big battle this time around. Before Xiaoyan and the rest could arrive, Sand River Shop was already packed with people. Various tyrants and sects from various corners of the western region had gathered here. These people had all come for the battle between Xiaoyan and the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. On the other side, the group from the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley led by Qin Shua was already advancing towards Sand River Shop. Among the entire group, only Yi Luotian was not present. This was because the latter was currently in the western valley of Flat Mountain. The western valley of Flat Mountain. Yi Luotian's expression was extremely ugly as he stared at the empty space in front of him. After which, he glanced at the undamaged seal behind him. His old face trembled with anger. Yi Luotian immediately understood that an origin transformation expert was responsible for the deaths of the 6 9-star Dodi in the outside world when he had just arrived. However, he was relieved to find that the restriction he had left in the depths of the Western Call was still intact. This meant that the origin transformation expert must have seen through the restriction after killing the 6 Dodi's group, and realized that there was something wrong with it. That person should have retreated in the face of difficulties. But what he didn't expect was that when he entered the space behind the restriction, he was stunned to find that although the restriction he set up was still there, and there were no signs of it being tampered with, the people inside, the more than 30 people who were crucial in this battle, were all missing at this moment. Not only had their auras not been left behind, even Yi Luotian was unable to sense their connection with him. What's going on? What's going on? Who did it? Who did it? In the depths of the western valley of Flat Mountain, Yi Luotian suddenly raised his head. A deafening roar was emitted from his throat as a powerful force swept out from his body. A terrifying destructive force had actually raised the western valley of Flat Mountain to the ground in an instant. Unfortunately, regardless of how furious he was at this moment, the 30-plus elite Dodi and Lu Zhongtian among them were destined not to return. Time flowed by, and it was already the 10th day of the agreed-upon meeting. When the sun rose from the east and reached the treetops, Xiaoyan's group arrived at Sand River Shop. After so many years, he had arrived at this place again. However, it had already changed greatly. The first time he had come to Sand River Shop was to escort Murong Qianqian. Unfortunately, he had stopped halfway. The second time, he had met Han Dong and the sect leaders of the 4 great sections. Back then, he had still been weak and needed the protection of others. However, in the blink of an eye, he had come to Sand River Shop for the 3rd time. This time, Xiaoyan was already standing at the peak of the experts in the western region. At the same time, he held the fate of the western region in his hands. Chapter 1097. When Xiaoyan's group arrived at Shahipu, the people in the city immediately revealed shocked expressions when they saw this group of people. It was unexpected that there was actually such a large group hidden within the Shilin mountain range. With their eyesight, they were naturally able to tell that the weakest person in Xiaoyan's group was a 3-star Dodi. There was naturally no need to mention the strongest person. Of course, it was that black-robed, young man who was leading the group. The late stage of the origin transformation realm. Even in the entire western region, the only person who could contend against such a cultivation was probably Qin Shua from the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. While the people in the city were shocked by Xiaoyan's cultivation, his young appearance also caused them to feel shocked. It was the first time they had seen such a young origin transformation expert after living for so many years. However, when these people saw Lung Bing Shuang, Kai Er, and the others standing beside Xiaoyan, the faces of a countless number of people were instantly petrified. Their eyes were filled with shock and despair. There was naturally no lack of old monsters in the crowd. Although there were no origin transformation experts among them, they were still able to recognize the young people beside Xiaoyan with a single glance as well as the burly bearded man with a curly beard. The 5 of them were all origin transformation experts, especially Xiaoyan, and the woman in an icy blue dress to his left. Their auras were so deep that no one dared to look directly at them. This Xiaoyan really is a heaven-defying figure. It's really hard to imagine. Not only is he young and promising, but even his friends are also heaven-defying little monsters. A total of 5 origin transformation experts. Looks like the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley is going to be very unlucky this time. According to what I know, he only has 4 origin transformation experts in the entire Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. When the crowd saw the 5 origin transformation experts in Xiaoyan's group, quite a few of them immediately revealed expressions of schadenfreude. Quite a few of them even began to look forward to the start of the great battle. Most of these people had come to watch the battle with the attitude of watching a show. They only cared about who the final winner would be. They did not care about whether or not they would take action or which side they should help. This was the so-called opportunist. They did not have the ability or courage to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. There were many powerful organizations hidden in the western region. Although they did not have anything else, they at least knew their limits. Unless they did not want to live anymore. At noon, Xiaoyan's group was at ease as they waited for the arrival of the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley in a spacious area of the city. They drank tea and laughed along the way, causing the people in the city to feel shocked. Now that the great battle was imminent, these people were actually in the mood to drink tea and make merry. Were they really not afraid of death? At a certain moment, Xiaoyan, who was seated in front of everyone, raised his eyes to look at the western horizon. His eyes narrowed, and he immediately stood up. His gaze swept across the members of the Xiao Gate behind him. When they sensed Xiaoyan's gaze, they immediately withdrew the smiles on their faces. Their gazes all landed on Xiaoyan. Haha, everyone, the great battle is imminent. I still say the same thing. I hope that when you fight with the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley, you will not have the attitude of casually sending us off. If not. Towards the end, a coldness gradually flashed across Xiaoyan's eyes. A faint chilliness leaked out from his words, causing the hearts of everyone present to shiver slightly. This was especially the case when Xiaoyan's gaze swept across Feng Tonghui's group. The cold glint in his eyes caused their expressions to change slightly. Clearly, although Xiaoyan's words were said to everyone present, it was likely that half of the warning was for them. Haha, Chief, you can be rest assured. Since we are members of the Xiao Gate, it is our duty to go through fire and water for Chief. Today, no matter how many people come from the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley, we will just kill them all. Feng Tonghui was the first among the few of them to stand up. He looked at Xiaoyan. When he spoke, his gaze swept across all the members of the Xiao Gate present. When his words sounded, everyone present followed and cried out loudly. Such a scene was quite imposing. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan's face revealed a warm smile as he slowly said, "Naturally, this is a very good thing. Haha, this naturally couldn't be any better. As long as we work together to eliminate the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley, the rewards that I promised everyone after the battle is over will naturally be delivered in full." When everyone heard the word rewards from Xiaoyan's mouth, a fiery expression immediately surfaced on their faces. Compared to the relationship between fellow disciples that Feng Tonghui had described earlier, from the way they saw it, only the rewards that Xiaoyan had mentioned were real things. Xiaoyan involuntarily laughed coldly in his heart in response to this. By the side, Morong Xian and the heaven-reaching giant ape could not help but be speechless in their hearts when they saw this scene. This was especially so for the heaven-reaching giant ape. After having personally witnessed Xiaoyan's tactics, he felt fear towards this seemingly young black-robed young man from the bottom of his heart. After a round of intimidation, Xiaoyan immediately turned around once again. He raised his head and looked towards the western horizon. The corner of his mouth was lifted into an icy arc as he spoke faintly. "They're here." The moment these words were spoken, everyone behind him immediately stood up. They raised their heads and looked towards the western horizon. At the same time, a solemn expression appeared on their faces. The dou qi within their bodies began to circulate. Not long after, as expected, a vast and mighty group of people quickly flew over from the western horizon. Like a huge dark cloud, they enveloped the entire sky above Sand River Street. Ha ha ha, Xiaoyan and you Lingbing Shuang, today is the day you die. Just as the group arrived in the sky above Shahi Pai, Qin Shua, who was at the front, let out a loud roar. It caused the expressions of everyone in the city to change, as they felt extreme fear in their hearts. Qin Shua was indeed worthy of being a terrifying existence at the peak of the advanced origin transformation stage. Just a roar from him was filled with a frightening strength. Haha, the situation has yet to be decided. Why speak so confidently? Are you not afraid of biting your tongue? Soon after, another clear laugh rang out. Xiaoyan's group also quickly flew into the sky and stood before the group from the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. Qin Shua's expression could not help but change slightly when he saw Xiao Yan's group of a few dozen people. No wonder Xiao Yan had asked him to wait for 10 days and bring so many people with him before the battle. It turned out that there was such a large faction behind Xiao Yan. When Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the group from the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley, sure enough, there were 3 origin transformation experts including Qin Shua. However, Yi Luotian was missing. Xiao Yan's eyes immediately narrowed when he sensed this. Chapter 1098. What's going on? Yi Luotian doesn't seem to be with their group. Do they have some sort of plan? Lung Bingshuang immediately frowned when she saw that Yi Luotian was not with the group from the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. She could not help but cry out in surprise. Perhaps. To them, it's an ingenious plan, but to me it should be within my expectations. In comparison, Xiao Yan's face did not show much surprise. He should be able to roughly guess where Yi Luotian had gone. While Xiao Yan was observing the group from the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley, Qin Shua's gaze also swept across the people beside Xiao Yan. However, his heart could not help but sink when he sensed the auras of the 5 people. He had never expected that Xiao Yan's side would actually have 5 origin transformation experts. At this moment, Qin Shua could not help but think of Yi Luotian. That fellow had claimed that he had gone to gather reinforcements. Why was he nowhere to be seen now that the battle was about to begin? Could it be that he had already sensed the strength of Xiao Yan's side and fled by himself? Damn it, that bastard. I shouldn't have let him go so easily. When he thought of this, the pressure in Qin Shua's heart grew even heavier. If it was really as he thought, Yi Luotian had escaped by himself and left this mess to him in the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. Wouldn't he be doomed? They were the ones who had issued the challenge. How could they just accept the challenge and not accept the challenge? Even if the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley was willing to admit defeat, a battle would still be unavoidable. At this moment, Qin Shua could only hope that Yi Luotian would not go back on his promise and not return. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to fight to the death with Xiao Yan's group with just the people behind him. Unknowingly, Xiao Yan's faction had already become much more terrifying than the Colossus of the Western region. Even though the number of Dodi was not as many as the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley, just a single origin transformation expert was enough to change the entire situation in an instant, let alone the fact that Xiao Yan's side had 2 more origin transformation experts. Ha 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 ha, Sect Master, since they've lost an origin transformation expert, why don't we use this opportunity to take action and finish them off in one go? Behind Xiao Yan, Fang Tonghui and Lu Qing hurriedly stepped forward and spoke with sinister smiles on their faces. They wouldn't mind taking advantage of the situation. Of course, Xiao Yan wouldn't mind either. This was a battle between sections. To be honest, this kind of battle was inherently unfair. Why should they wait just because the other side had 1 less person? This kind of so-called waiting would only invisibly increase the pressure on their side. Alright, since this is the case now. Xiao Yan lifted his right hand and waved it violently after his words sounded. Immediately, the group of people from Xiao Gate behind him moved and charged toward the group from the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley. At the same time, the expressions of the people from the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley changed when they saw that Xiao Yan's group had actually taken the lead to attack. This was especially the case for Qin Shua, who involuntarily cursed. Damn fellow, if you still don't appear, I will definitely tear you to pieces when I find you. Soon after, Qin Shua led the people from the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley to attack Xiao Yan's group. However, at this moment, a loud laughter was suddenly heard from the sky above where the 2 parties were about to fight. Ha 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 ha, Valley Master. Are you really worried that I will run away? The expressions of the people from Xiao Gate and the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley all changed when the loud laughter rang out. Their charging figures came to a halt because of this. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the group of people who were slowly descending from the sky. At this moment, another group of people had descended from the sky in an extremely strange manner between the 2 groups of people. The leader of this group was Yi Luotian, who had disappeared without a trace. At this moment, there was another group of people behind Yi Luotian. There were not many people in this group. There were only 13 of them in total. However, the appearance of these 13 people caused Xiao Yan's expression to abruptly change drastically. The rock in his heart also instantly fell to the bottom of the valley. Other than the leader, Yi Luotian, this group of 14 also had 10 high-class Do-D and 2 origin transformation experts. As for the black-robed person closest to Yi Luotian, the strength of his cultivation caused Xiao Yan to feel a dense uneasiness in his heart. Returnance realm. Xiao Yan had clearly sensed this special feeling from Shingon of the Alchemist Alliance. It was a special feeling that surpassed that of an origin transformation expert. There was no need to doubt that the person who had come was a returnance expert. As for these 13 people, there was no doubt that they were all from the Ghost Palace. At the place where they landed, other than the swirling black mist, there was also a wide black robe that covered their bodies, as well as a strange mask that was exposed to the air. It really is the Ghost Hall. On a mountain peak far away from the Sand River, Shingon and Handong were standing there, staring at the 3 forces in the city from afar. When the 2 of them saw the dozen or so black-robed men appear, their expressions became gloomy. President, the cultivation of the person at the front. It can't be wrong. He's also a returnance expert. Shingon was stern as he slowly replied. Then should we take action? Handong's face tightened slightly when he heard that. He placed great importance on Xiao Yan. If he could help, he hoped that he could help him through this crisis. Let's watch first. Unless we have no other choice, let's not take action so easily. With that, Handong also nodded sternly. He fell silent and continued to stare at the situation in the city in the distance. At the same time, a group of black-robed people, whose appearances could not be clearly seen, were also standing on another mountain peak to the north. Many pairs of golden eyes under the black robes were observing the scene in the city at this moment. They were constantly vigilant. On the chest area of their black robes, all of them wore a badge with the word Heaven written on it without exception. Following the appearance of these 10+ people in the arena, the expressions of everyone on Xiao Yan's side changed drastically. 10 high-class Do-D and 3 origin transformation experts had appeared. There was even a mysterious expert whose cultivation they could not identify among them. Once this lineup was added to the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley, it was equivalent to 60 Do-D, 6 origin transformation experts, and an extremely dangerous person whose strength was unknown. As a result, the difference between the Xiao Gate and the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley had undergone a great reversal in the blink of an eye. The situation that had originally been advantageous to the Xiao Gate had become dangerous in an instant. Chapter 1099. Xiao Yan's expression was extremely solemn as he looked at the group of human figures standing in the empty space a short distance away from him. This was especially the case when his gaze swept over the black-robed person leading the group. His heart involuntarily trembled. The appearance of a returnance expert had turned the situation around in a single moment. The situation that had originally been advantageous to Xiao Yan's group was no longer present. Although the battle had yet to begin, the outcome of the battle seemed to be extremely obvious from the current situation. Whether it was in terms of origin transformation experts or Do-D, the people from the Maze Valley of the Qin Wastelands were superior to Xiao Yan's group. With such a disadvantage, it was basically impossible for Xiao Yan's group to emerge victorious. Even the people from the Xiao sect behind Xiao Yan could not help but feel their hearts sink when they sensed this. Some of them even began to consider retreating. No matter how precious the pills were, they were not as important as their lives. It was impossible for a group of just over 40 people to fight against a sect that had almost 70 people. Not to mention, the difference in the number of experts between the two sides was extremely obvious. If they continued to fight, it would be no different from throwing their lives away. No matter how much they desired the extreme transformation pill, they would not go so far as to throw their lives away. Xiaoyan TSK, I've heard of your name like thunder. After staying in the western region for so long, I've finally seen your true appearance. Just as both parties were silent, the black-robed leader beside Yi Luotian suddenly shifted his gaze. A pair of scarlet eyes were revealed from the black fog. They stared intently at Xiao Yan on the opposite side like a poisonous snake. A strange laughter was emitted from his mouth. Heh, a group of things that are neither human nor ghost. I've already grown impatient from waiting for this day. I'll start with you first. Xiao Yan's eyes were extremely cold as he stared at the black-robed man. A dense killing intent appeared on his face. The moment his words sounded, his body shook and a pale blue flame soared with a bang, wrapping around Xiao Yan's body. The pair of scarlet eyes under the black robe involuntarily hardened when he saw this scene. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to recognize that the flame that had adhered to Xiao Yan's body was definitely a heavenly flame. However, the thing that surprised him was that the strength of the heavenly flame's aura did not originate from the Doqi continent. Instead, it came from the original heavenly flames on the Yuanwu continent, which had already transformed into spirits. Could it be the spirit of a heavenly flame? The expression of the black-robed man under his mask involuntarily changed when he sensed this. However, he could not help but frown when he once again checked the pale blue flame on Xiao Yan's body. If it was really the spirit of a heavenly flame, why was the color of the heavenly flame on Xiao Yan's body a pale blue color? According to his knowledge, there was no heavenly flame on the heavenly flame ranking that displayed such a color. Moreover, if Xiao Yan really possessed the spirit of a heavenly flame, why would he reveal such an expression when he saw them? That grave expression did not appear to be an act. Although he had guessed that Xiao Yan did not have the protection of a heavenly flame spirit, the black-robed man still felt some fear towards Xiao Yan. Even though Xiao Yan's cultivation was far inferior to his, the black-robed man had long heard of the former's terrifying battle prowess. Fighting against someone of a higher cultivation level was a common occurrence for him. Hence, even with his cultivation level, he could not help but feel somewhat worried when he fought against Xiao Yan this time. Humph, Yi Luotian, I never imagined that you would actually mix around with this group of fellows. At this moment, a low and cold snort suddenly sounded from Qin Shua's mouth in another part of the square. As one of the overlords of the western region, Qin Shua had naturally heard of Ghost Palace. When he first saw these black-robed men, he immediately recognized their identities. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha, Valley Chief's words are wrong. How can we be called messing around? The reason why I have invited these few people here is because we have the same goal. You and I are here for Xiao Yan, and they are also here for Xiao Yan. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. We are currently in a cooperative relationship. Valley Chief's words inevitably cause one to feel a little disappointed. However, Yi Luotian merely smiled and shook his head in response to Qin Shua's cold snort. A cold glint flashed across the depths of his sinister old eyes as he laughed sinisterly. What nonsense cooperation! How can I allow others to interfere with the people that I want to deal with? Moreover, you better listen to the old me clearly. The people that the old me wants to kill are Xiao Yan and Lungbing Shuang, not just him. You should also stop comparing the old me with these bastards. Tsk. Valley Master Qin, don't tell me you don't understand the situation from before. If we did not step in, do you think that you can deal with Xiao Yan with just a few of you in the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley? If you really think that we are meddling in other people's business, that's fine too. We will leave now. At that time, let's see how your Qin Wasteland Maze Valley will fight with Xiao Yan. The black-robed person let out a strange laugh the instant Qin Shua's curse sounded. His scarlet eyes swept over Qin Shua's and Xiao Yan's groups while his mouth was filled with a cold smile. You. Qin Shua's old face involuntarily twitched when he heard the black-robed man's words. Even though he was unwilling to admit it in his heart, this was the truth. Without the help of this group of people, they would not be a match for Xiao Yan's group. After a long while, Qin Shua finally snorted unwillingly. Soon after, Yi Luotian's gaze landed on him as he chuckled. Valley Master, instead of complaining here, why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to work together and eliminate Xiao Yan's group to prevent endless trouble in the future? Qin Shua's ferocious gaze immediately landed on Yi Luotian when he heard these words. At the end of the day, all of this was caused by this fellow. Unfortunately, he had no other choice now. He could only deal with Xiao Yan first before discussing the matter between them. Everyone in the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley, listen up. Kill. Qin Shua waved his hand and pointed at Xiao Yan's group. Soon after, the group from the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley behind him began to shout kill. Their voices filled the sky as wave after wave of powerful auras intertwined in the sky. They were like a tsunami as they viciously pounced toward Xiao Yan's group. In the face of this astonishing scene, The faces of the group behind Xiao Yan turned pale. They were extremely shocked. The battle had only just begun, yet these people had already lost all will to fight. Kill. However, it was also at this moment that a large group of people suddenly surged out from behind Xiao Yan's group. Dozens of human figures flew into the sky and charged towards everyone in the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. Murderous cries sounded from all directions. Their strength was not the least bit inferior to the former. Ha 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 ha. Brother Xiao Yan, back then, you saved us from the sea of bitterness. After that, they took the initiative to look for me. They hope that I can lead them to participate in today's big battle and lend you a hand. When Xiao Yan raised his head and looked over, it was likely that the number of experts who had arrived was no less than 40. While Xiao Yan was searching for the source of the sound, Lu Zhongtian's figure slowly landed in front of him. He cupped his hands together in an extremely respectful manner the moment he saw Xiao Yan. As for the group of people who were charging forward, they were naturally the group of elite Dodi that Xiao Yan had saved in the western valley of Flat Mountain not long ago. However, the group today was clearly much larger than a few days ago. Chapter 1100. The sudden appearance of Lu Zhongtian and the group of elite Dodi could be said to be timely assistance to Xiao Yan. The originally disadvantageous situation immediately stabilized with the addition of these people. The 40 people fought with the elite Dodi from the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. It was difficult to determine a victor within a short period of time, and the battle situation immediately stabilized. Ha ha ha, Brother Lu is truly timely assistance. I will remember this matter, and will definitely thank everyone after this matter is over. Lu Zhongtian's appearance caused Xiao Yan's heart to immediately relax. The burden on his shoulders seemed to have lightened significantly in an instant. He immediately cupped his hands together towards Lu Zhongtian, his face filled with gratitude. Haha, Brother Zhao's words are too serious. You were the one who saved us first. We are extremely honored to be able to help you. Ever since we left the Mountain Pass Valley that day, they came to find me. I relied on my reputation in the western region to find some friends that I made back then. Unfortunately, I was only able to rope in 11 people. It is really true that a friend in need is a friend indeed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan involuntarily nodded and sighed. The human heart was like this. Adding flowers to brocade might be valuable, but only by providing timely assistance would one be able to see a person's true feelings. This time around, Lu Zhongtian's actions would undoubtedly change the relationship between Xiao Yan and himself. So it was you, Xiao Yan. No wonder these fellows suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was all because of you. After hearing the conversation between Xiao Yan and Lu Zhongtian, Yi Luotian, who was already extremely vexed over this matter, immediately understood. The one who had saved these people from the Mountain Pass Valley was actually Xiao Yan. It was no wonder that his connection with the dry leaf goo in these people's bodies was severed. With the heavenly flame in his body, Xiao Yan could easily remove the dry leaf goo from his body. Xiao Yan and Lu Zhongtian coldly chuckled as they stared at Yi Luotian, who was currently staring at the both of them with an extremely dark expression. Endless murderous intent surged in their eyes. It was likely that everyone present was determined to kill this bastard. At this moment, there might be a chance for the rest of the people present to survive, but Yi Luotian would definitely die. You all should go as well. These people alone are no match for them. In the sky, the black-robed person glanced at the people who were fighting intensely in front of him. An expression of disdain flashed across his eyes. The role of an elite Dodi in this battle was merely cannon fodder. Regardless of how many there were, the final deciding factor was still in the hands of these people. Or perhaps, it could be said that it was in his hands. After all, origin transformation experts were nothing before a returnance expert. The 10 black-robed people nodded in response when the order was given. Their bodies immediately moved, transforming into rays of light that swiftly entered the group of people fighting in front of them. With the addition of these 10 elite Dodi, the situation of the battle at the front immediately turned in favor of the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless when he saw this scene. He raised his hand and waved it. The members of Xiao Gate behind him also charged forward with renewed confidence at this moment. With the addition of Lu Zhongtian's group, the situation between both parties was instantly leveled. In terms of the number of elite Dodi, the Xiao Gate had over 10 more than the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. Defeating the other party was merely a matter of time. Next, it was time for the official experts from both sides to fight. Hall Chief Luo, leave this brat to Valley Chief Qin and I to deal with. As long as you are able to. No, I want to personally exchange blows with Xiao Yan. You are not worthy. Before Yi Luotian's words sounded, the black-robed person by the side suddenly let out a cold snort. His words were filled with disdain. Yi Luotian's expression instantly changed when his words sounded. The black-robed person let out a cold snort when he saw this. I advise you not to have any thoughts that you should not have. Don't think that I am looking down on you. Your cultivation may be quite high, but from what I know, Xiaoyan has never been defeated by anyone of the same cultivation level. Even if the two of you join hands, it is impossible for you to be a match for him. Moreover, he also possesses a heavenly flame and has an overwhelming advantage over your own affinity. I will not stop you if you wish to seek death. Even though Yi Luotian was extremely unwilling in his heart, he could only clench his teeth and remain silent after this ridicule. He had once exchanged blows with Xiao Yan and clearly understood just how powerful the latter was. He was definitely no match for him. However, the person in front of him actually said that he and Qin Shua would not be a match for Xiao Yan even if they joined hands. This person was really underestimating the two of them. Unfortunately, the person who was currently in control of the situation was the former and not him, Yi Luotian. Even he had no choice but to lower his head in front of this Hall Chief Luo. Xiao Yan, allow me to deal with you. As for the others, Hall Chief Yan first smiled ferociously as he glanced at Xiao Yan. After which, his gaze swept over the two black-robed people behind him. The two of them immediately nodded. Their bodies flashed and they stood in front of him. Soon after, Yi Luotian, Qin Shua, and the rest followed close behind. 6 origin transformation experts blocked in front of Xiao Yan's group. Other than Xiao Yan, the other 5 all faced off against an origin transformation expert from the Lost Valley of the Qin Wasteland. Kai and the giant ape faced off against the 2 origin transformation experts from the Ghost Hall, while Lu Zhongtian and Morong Xian faced off against the 2 origin transformation experts from the Lost Valley of the Qin Wasteland. As for the Valley Master, he naturally faced off against his old enemy, Lung Bingshuang. At this moment, only Yi Luotian was still alone in the field. Kik, Valley Master, if the two of us work together, we will definitely be able to subdue this woman within 100 moves. Yi Luotian immediately let out a strange laugh when he saw that there was no one else present to obstruct him. His sinister eyes then landed on Lung Bingshuang. Lung Bingshuang's expression immediately darkened when she sensed the gazes of the two. Her heart also became extremely heavy. Lung Bingshuang admitted that she did not possess the strength to face off against 2 experts of the same cultivation level. However, the situation was tense right now, so this was probably the only thing she could do. Boom! However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan suddenly waved his sleeve and a black streak of light immediately shot out, heading straight for Yi Luotian. The two had only clashed for a moment before the powerful force sent Yi Luotian flying. When everyone focused their gazes in shock, they saw a purple-gold metal body standing in the air. It indifferently stared at Yi Luotian as a murderous aura constantly surged from its body. A puppet! Everyone was shocked when they saw this. With their eyesight, they were naturally able to determine the strength of the puppet. Just from the previous attack, they could tell that its battle prowess was at least at the origin transformation stage. Soon after, everyone's gazes instantly landed on Xiao Yan, an origin transformation stage puppet. It seemed that Xiao Yan was not the only one with a hidden trump card. Even Yi Luotian had been hiding a portion of his strength. An origin transformation stage puppet was enough to change the outcome of the battle to a very large extent. Kill him, Northern King. Soon after, Xiao Yan's extremely cold voice rang out. The hovering Northern King indifferently responded with a hoarse voice. His body suddenly moved, turning into a streak of light that viciously collided with Yi Luotian in the blink of an eye. A great battle was about to erupt. Chapter 1101. When the Northern King and Yi Luotian clashed, Xiao Yan and the others all looked at their opponents. Very soon, Lung Bingshuang and the others clashed with the origin transformation experts on one side of the maze valley. At the same time, the 100 Do Di on the other side engaged in an intense battle as well. At this moment, only Xiao Yan and Hall Master Yin continued to stare at each other. At this moment, the two of them clearly understood that regardless of whether it was the 100 Do Di or the 12 origin transformation experts from both sides, these people were not the core of this big battle. There were only the two of them. The victory or defeat of Xiao Yan or Hall Chief Yin would completely break the stalemate of this big battle. The key to victory or defeat lay with these two people. TSK. Xiao Yan, do you know that I've been impatiently waiting for this day for over 20 years? Ever since I heard about you, I've been tempted to personally capture you. Now that we've finally met, don't worry, I'll definitely bring you back this time. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at Xiao Yan like a venomous snake under the black robes. His voice was filled with viciousness. I've heard these words so many times that I've grown calluses. It's just a pity that you've never succeeded. Xiao Yan replied with a cold smile when he heard this. At the same time, he purposely extended his finger and pinched his ear. This scene caused the face under Hall Chief Yun's mask to twitch repeatedly. What shameless boasting. Today, I'd like to see just how capable the legendary Flame Emperor is. With a shout, Hall Master Yun's figure suddenly flashed. His terrifying speed made him seem like a phantom. The moment his figure vanished, Xiao Yan's expression instantly turned grave. Although that was what he said, his opponent was still a returnance expert after all. In terms of overall strength, Hall Master Yin was far superior to him in every aspect. If he dared to face him with a normal attitude, he would definitely have to pay a huge price. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind, and the strength in his body immediately agglomerated. The wing elephant skill followed the momentum, and the sky extinction step was also used without the slightest hesitation. A fierce, heavenly flame spread over Xiao Yan's body and protected him within it. The instant Xiao Yan's figure flashed, a chilling killing intent immediately surged from behind him. The sound of rushing wind rang out in Xiao Yan's ears, piercing his eardrums. In the next moment, a withered claw covered in Genesis Chi viciously tore through the space in front of it. Xiao Yan's figure had already vanished. Under the strange mask, a look of surprise appeared in a pair of scarlet-red eyes. Hall Master Yin had never imagined that an advanced origin transformation expert like Xiao Yan would be able to dodge his attack with his speed. Withdrawing his hand, Hall Master Yin narrowed his eyes as he looked at the trace of blood on the side of his little finger. The killing intent in his eyes grew even sharper. He suddenly turned his head and saw Xiao Yan wiping away the tiny trace of blood on the side of his face. At the same time, their gazes clashed once again. You can actually dodge my attack. How surprising. However, it ends here. After Hall Master Yin uttered these words, his body once again disappeared from the spot. However, Xiao Yan did not dodge this time. Instead, he swiftly lifted his hands and the Genesis Chi within his body rapidly circulated. A ferocious pale blue heavenly flame swiftly gathered above his head, swiftly forming a huge finger. Desolation Finger. Inbone Claw. In an instant, Hall Master Yun's body once again appeared a short distance in front of Xiao Yan. At the same time, a layer of solidified Genesis Chi cuticle wrapped around her extended hand. Wave after wave of ruthless killing intent spread from it. A thin layer of blood fog also spread when it was formed. 5 sharp claws easily tore through the invisible space, and the biting cold aura made one's heart tremble. Boom. Soon after, the two powerful Do techniques violently collided together. A soul-stirring explosion immediately spread over the sand river. An energy storm swept over with it. Everyone in the city below had a drastic change in expression because of this soul-stirring attack. Even Lung Bingshuang, Qin Shua, and the others, who were currently engaged in an intense battle, could not help but turn their heads to look at Xiao Yan and Hall Chief Yin. After the storm scattered, the eyes of everyone in the sky and on the ground looked to the middle of the explosion. All they could see was Xiao Yan and Hall Chief Yun's sharp attacks violently colliding with each other. A muffled collision sound spread across the sky. Every punch struck flesh. Each strike was incomparably heavy. This kind of collision did not have too many fancy moves, nor did it require any skills. It was just a head-on collision, using the most violent method. The outcome of this battle would depend on who could last the longest. Every part of their bodies that could come into contact with each other became their strongest weapons in such an intense collision. Whether it was their limbs, elbows, knees, chests, or backs, anything that could be used had become the fiercest weapon in the collision. His clothes were like metal, and his skin was like steel. The intense collision lasted for 15 minutes. During the entire process, the expression of the returnance expert under the mask was extremely ugly. The bright light in her scarlet eyes had dimmed slightly because of this. God damn it. Has this kid's body become so tough? My attacks can't harm him at all. When the fists of the two violently collided once again, Hall Chief Yun's body was miserably forced back by over a dozen steps. On the other hand, Xiao Yan's body stood in the empty air without moving. His skinny body hid a frightening dragon-like strength. The moment Hall Master Yun froze, Xiao Yan suddenly approached him. His face was extremely sharp, and he did not hide the killing intent in his eyes at all. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and terrifying force rapidly condensed. He directly threw a punch at Hall Master Yun's head. Even as a returnance expert, Hall Master Yun was not Xiao Yan's opponent in terms of physical strength. He had suffered greatly this time. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's fist, which had smashed down, was only a couple of inches from Hall Chief Yun's head. The latter's heart trembled. Soon after, a roar that was filled with fury was suddenly emitted. God damn it! Get out of my way, you brat! A furious roar was emitted as Hall Master Yun suddenly rolled his sleeves. Surging Genesis Chi gathered, causing his black sleeves to become as hard as metal in an instant as they ruthlessly met Xiao Yan's fist that was descending from above. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out, and Hall Master Yun's expression turned fierce. However, just as Hall Master Yun was about to attack again, Xiao Yan's fist violently jerked, and an even more terrifying force surged out. Under Hall Master Yun's terrified gaze, the black sleeves wrapped in Genesis Chi were blasted to pieces. Chapter 1102. The moment the sleeve shattered, Xiao Yan's fist viciously slammed into Hall Master Yun's masked face. Although most of the force had been blocked by the Genesis Chi, the remaining force still distorted Hall Master Yun's face. Strangely, the mask that originally covered his face did not budge at all under Xiao Yan's fist. The mask flew out and was caught by Xiao Yan's hand. Hall Chief Yun's body continued to fly back. Only when he was hundreds of feet away did he stabilize his body while trembling all over. When he raised his head, a slightly distorted dark old face under the black robe was revealed. His deeply sunken eye sockets were scarlet, and the right half of his old face had turned purple. There were even traces of blood flowing out from it. The black robe he wore was already tattered, and his entire person was in a sorry state from the inside out. It was very difficult to believe that a returnance expert would be reduced to such a state from the attacks of an origin transformation expert. If any other person saw this, they would probably doubt the authenticity of his cultivation at returnance. Soon after, Hall Chief Yun's expression changed once again when he saw the mask in Xiao Yan's hand. The left side of his old face, which was filled with wrinkles, involuntarily twitched. The scarlet glow in his eyes, which had originally dimmed, suddenly surged. A ferocious killing intent wildly gathered in his heart. Now, Yan die. A somewhat hoarse roar was ruthlessly emitted from Hall Master Yun's throat like the roar of a ferocious beast. At the same time, the Genesis Chi within his body began to flow wildly. He waved his large hand, and one could hear the ear-piercing sound of chains colliding. Soon after, numerous strange dark black chains suddenly shot out from behind Hall Master Yun. They were just like poisonous snakes as they penetrated through space and ruthlessly pierced toward Xiao Yan with lightning-like speed. Over a dozen chains appeared in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. Whooshing sounds continuously rang out as the sharp tips of the chains revolved around Xiao Yan, attacking him from every direction. Xiao Yan's expression sank when he saw this scene. He clenched his large hand, and the dark black heavy Xian ruler appeared inch by inch under the wrapping of the heavenly flame. The moment the enormous ruler appeared in his hand, the 10+ chains had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Quickly following this, Xiao Yan swung his arm and the huge ruler in his hand danced. The wide and thick blade of the ruler violently sent the numerous dark black chains that were shooting toward him flying. Sparks shot out in clear clang-clang, sounds of collisions sounded one after another. Within a couple of breaths, the 10+ chains surrounding Xiao Yan's body were all forced back. It was at this moment that Hall Master Yun's figure suddenly appeared behind Xiao Yan like a ghost. A ghostly hand viciously swiped toward Xiao Yan's head. Die. However, the moment Hall Chief Yun's claw landed, Xiao Yan, who was originally facing him, suddenly turned around in an extremely strange manner. At the same time, a fist, which was covered by purple gold scale armor, was suddenly swung out and violently collided with the former's ghost hand. Bang! The moment the two collided, they separated. The muffled sound of the collision was like muffled thunder. Hall Master Yun's body jerked and forcefully removed the force from his arm. On the other hand, Xiao Yan's figure was miserably pushed back dozens of steps, after which he stabilized his body with a solemn expression. The moment he lifted his head, the heavenly fire filled his eyes. The heavenly fire in his hand had already disappeared. Hall Master Yun could not help but exclaim in surprise when he sensed this. How could the heavy Xian ruler, which was clearly in Xiao Yan's hand a moment ago, suddenly disappear? 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. However, at this moment, a stern cry was suddenly heard from behind him. When Hall Master Yun turned his head to look, he saw that there was another Xiao Yan in the empty space not far behind him. However, before Hall Master Yun could ponder any further, the startling ruler glow that had merged into one had already arrived in front of him. It was impossible to dodge. However, when the ruler glow ruthlessly struck Hall Master Yun's body, a strange scene suddenly appeared. A large cluster of extremely viscous liquid suddenly appeared in front of Hall Master Yun. At the same time, it formed a huge barrier that blocked Hall Master Yun behind it. The majestic ruler glow was completely blocked by the strange viscous liquid. The incomparably powerful ruler glow ruthlessly struck the cluster of viscous liquid. It was like a huge rock smashing into a swamp. Under Xiao Yan's shocked gaze, the ruler glow sank deeply. In the end, all the energy attached to the ruler glow was actually completely swallowed by the strange viscous liquid. Huff! After withdrawing the strange viscous liquid, Hall Master Yun's gaze landed on Xiao Yan opposite him. At the same time, the surprise in his eyes gradually returned to normal. So it's just a clone, he said with a deep voice. Immediately after, Hall Master Yun's figure flashed and appeared in front of the clone in an instant. She extended her hand and slammed it into the clone's chest. At the same time, Xiao Yan on the other side hurriedly controlled his avatar and detonated the energy within his body. After Xiao Yan's cultivation had broken through to the origin transformation realm, the 9 clones remained at the level of Do Emperors. Even when they fused together, the clone's strength was only at the level of a 9-star Do Emperor. It was impossible for him to face Hall Master Yun, who was a returnance expert, with such strength. The sneak attack from behind was already the limit of what he could do. I'll make you explode. Seeing that the clone in front of her was about to self-destruct, a ruthless look suddenly flashed in Hall Master Yun's eyes. Her attack speed and strength became even more ferocious. Before the clone could react, her attack pierced through the latter's chest. Then with a sudden jolt, a terrifying power suddenly poured out, shattering the clone. Afterwards, Hall Master Yun slowly turned around. His vicious gaze landed on Xiao Yan once again. Not bad. It's just a pity that your clone's cultivation is too low. He's not worthy to injure me, he coldly sneered. As he spoke, the strange, viscous liquid from before appeared on the surface of Hall Master Yun's body once again. It crawled like a living creature, and covered the surface of Hall Master Yun's body. No wonder you were able to counterattack in that situation earlier. So it's because of the power of ways. Xiao Yan's expression also appeared calm when he heard this. However, there was an additional fear in his gaze when he looked at the strange sticky liquid on the surface of the former's body. With his eyesight, he could obviously tell that the strange liquid was a type of power of ways. However, he had never thought that Hall Master Yun's control over the power of ways had already reached such a level. Xiao Yan had to admit that he was unable to control the power of ways so well that he could wield them like an extension of his body. He had to admit that as a returnance expert, Hall Master Yun did have something he could be proud of. You're the first origin transformation expert I've seen to be able to make me use the power of ways. However, this is where it ends. Because my grand Tao of darkness will definitely engulf you in boundless darkness. In an instant, when Hall Master Yun's words left her mouth, a pitch-black viscous liquid spread out like a tide, completely enveloping the battlefield where the two of them were. The world around the two of them also became dark. Chapter 1103. In a strange dark space, a figure wrapped in light blue flames was standing in the middle. The blazing flames released bright light and scorching heat, causing the space around him to distort. Beneath the flames, a pair of eyes that also shone with light blue flames was carefully observing the space he was in. Surging soul power gushed out from his mind and spread out in all directions like a tide. He carefully explored the surrounding world inch by inch. The dark black space appeared like a night without any stars or moon. Wherever Xiao Yan's spiritual strength passed, there would be an endless darkness. The strangest thing was that the endless darkness contained an extremely strange strength. If Xiao Yan did not possess the protection of the heavenly flame, it was likely that an ordinary person would have difficulty barely surviving in this place, much less using their spiritual strength. This is the great way of darkness. Beneath the flames, a pair of eyes flickered. A fierce look flashed in the depths of his eyes. It was indeed the great way of darkness. This great way of darkness was probably the most tyrannical great way of darkness that Xiao Yan had ever seen. Even his void great way was definitely inferior to it. Of course, a large part of the reason was due to the difference in cultivation between them. If it wasn't so, Xiao Yan definitely wouldn't be afraid of Hall Master Huang. However, the thing that surprised Xiao Yan the most was that after using his spiritual strength to investigate earlier, he was unable to find traces of Hall Chief Yun within this darkness. It was as though he had completely disappeared from this place. However, Xiao Yan clearly understood that it was impossible for Hall Chief Yun to leave this place if he wanted to use this method to unleash the strength of the Great Tao. Otherwise, the Great Tao of darkness that had trapped him would also disappear. However, since Hall Master Huang was in this strange space, why couldn't he sense his aura at all? This point caused Xiao Yan's heart to be extremely surprised. Xiao Yan, welcome to my domain of darkness. Here, I'll let you experience the full power of the Great Way of Darkness. However, it was also at this moment that Hall Master Yun's dark and sorrowful strange laughter suddenly sounded beside Xiao Yan's ear. The voice was so close that it appeared as though it was right next to his ear, causing Xiao Yan's mind to suddenly tremble. He subconsciously dodged to one side. At the same time, he flipped his hand and violently threw a punch in the opposite direction. The powerful force forcefully squeezed out a vacuum in this dense space. Chi. However, it was also at the next moment when Xiao Yan's fist was swung forward that a chi sound that penetrated through space suddenly sounded behind him. At the same time, a sharp dark black spear tip that was as sharp as ink violently pierced toward Xiao Yan's waist from an extremely tricky angle. At such a close distance, Xiao Yan was unable to dodge it given his current condition. What? This sudden attack caused Xiao Yan's heart to be greatly startled. He did not have the time to do much. A thought passed through his mind, and the flame on the surface of his body moved as he wished. It agglomerated into a heavenly flame armor in an instant. At the same time, the golden elephant skill was unleashed under the armor. A golden light protected his body. Adding the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor, this attack of Hall Chief Yun was blocked regardless of how tricky it was. Clang! When the heavy collision sounded, Xiao Yan's body couldn't help but tremble. His figure flew forward in a sorry state. Although the defense on his body had successfully blocked the impact of the strange spear tip, the tyrannical force still caused Xiao Yan's body, which was under the armor, to tremble in pain. Heh, a ghost that only knows how to secretly play tricks. What, is this all your so-called Great Tao of Darkness has? It seems that I have overestimated you. His body jerked, and as the Genesis Chi in his body circulated, the pain in Xiao Yan's body lessened significantly. Then, under the flames, a pair of ice-cold eyes swept across the strange space in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curved into a sinister smile. As his voice faded, Xiao Yan quickly lifted his hands. He clenched and released his hands, and two flames of completely different colors appeared in his palms. They were the bone-chilling fire and the sea heart flame. Then, under Hall Master Huang's horrified gaze, Xiaoyan fiercely clapped his hands together, and the two balls of flames in his hands were kneaded together. From the looks of it, Xiaoyan was preparing to condense the angry Buddha lotus flame. It was difficult for an ordinary attack to be effective against an opponent like Hall Chief Yin. Moreover, they were in this strange space that was covered by the Great Way of Darkness. Only by quickly resolving the Great Way of Darkness would Xiaoyan have more opportunities to exchange blows with Hall Chief Yin. Only by doing so would Xiaoyan be able to defeat him. Humph, kid, don't underestimate others. I have specially prepared the Great Tao of Darkness for you. How can I let you easily condense that strange fire lotus? At this moment, the low and deep voice of Hall Chief Yin was once again transmitted over from the surrounding space. Soon after, a countless number of chi-chi air-splitting sounds appeared in the dark black space around Xiaoyan. Numerous energy forces violently pierced toward Xiaoyan. The powerful attacks caused one's eyes to be dazzled. It was difficult to imagine. Within a couple of breaths, the fire glow on the heavenly flame armor on Xiaoyan's body had become much dimmer. Great Tao of Darkness, swallow those flames. Hall Master Huang's sharp cry sounded. Waves of viscous liquid like Great Tao of Darkness followed, and covered the armor that Xiaoyan was wearing. Immediately, a sizzling sound was emitted from the flames. At the same time, a dense fog accompanied the sizzling sound. Adding the continuous attacks from the energy pillars, only a thin layer of the heavenly flame armor remained on Xiaoyan's body. It looked as though it would break apart at any moment. As for the flame between Xiaoyan's hands, it appeared that it was still an intense merger. However, it appeared that there was still a very long distance before it could truly merge. This point was completely different from the merger process that Xiaoyan had experienced in the past. At a certain moment, when the flame armor on Xiaoyan's body broke apart, Hall Master Huang's figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyan in an extremely strange manner. One of his hands turned into a claw and forcefully separated Xiaoyan's hands from his. The two types of flames between his palms also dissipated without any backlash. Let's see what other tricks you have without the fire lotus. Die. However, before Hall Master Huang could finish his last word, a heart-wrenching pain instantly caused his face to distort uncontrollably. An extremely terrifying force was viciously twisting his arm. Under that force, his entire arm seemed to be twisting violently, as though his bones were about to be broken. Ah! An extremely miserable roar erupted from Hall Master Yun's mouth. His other hand viciously grabbed the wrist of his injured arm, as if he wanted to resist the terrifying power. However, the more he exerted force, the more terrified he felt from the pain brought about by the twisting power. When Hall Master Yun forcefully endured the pain and looked over, he only saw a strange black steel needle in his injured palm. It was mercilessly stabbed deep into his palm and arm. The terrifying twisting power came from this needle. Xiaoyan Yu. Don't think that the power of the Great Tao only belongs to you. I know that you understand my means very well, but that is only limited to the Doqi continent. Don't forget that this is the Yuanwu continent. I have more than one way to deal with you. Xiaoyan's body abruptly disappeared from the spot the moment his voice sounded. In the next moment, Xiaoyan's figure once again appeared in front of Hall Master Yun under Hall Master Yun's terrified gaze. His hand, which was covered by a layer of Genesis Qi, ruthlessly landed on Hall Master Yun's chest. Intent Class Do Technique, Heart-Shattering Palm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 1104. Intent Tier Battle Technique, Heart-Shattering Palm. The instant the cry from Xiaoyan's mouth sounded, his hand, which was covered in Genesis Qi, mercilessly pressed against Hall Master Yun's chest. The powerful force caused Hall Master Yun's heart to rapidly tremble. A deep fear uncontrollably rose from the bottom of his heart. It was difficult to imagine that Xiaoyan, whose cultivation was clearly much weaker than his, was able to unleash such a powerful force. Although he was already aware of Xiaoyan's strength, he was only able to clearly understand just how frightening Xiaoyan was after personally facing it. However, he was still a returnance expert after all. Even if Xiaoyan possessed extraordinary battle prowess, there was still a chance for Hall Master Yun to retaliate if he used his full strength. Tao of Darkness, Tao Materialization. The moment Xiaoyan's hand pressed against Hall Master Yun's chest, The sticky, pitch-black power of the Great Tao rapidly enveloped the area. At the same time, all the power of the Great Tao in the surroundings began to churn violently as if they were alive. They twisted and twisted, turning into pitch-black vines that rapidly wrapped around Xiao Yan's body in an attempt to stop Xiao Yan's movements. With the obstruction of the power of the Great Tao, Xiao Yan's body began to rapidly slow down. In the end, he was basically unable to move at all. The pitch-black liquid wrapped around his golden body, and even covered his face. Bzz, finally, Xiao Yan's entire body was wrapped into an enormous cocoon under the unreasonable entanglement and tearing of the Great Tao of Darkness. The strength that had been imprinted on Hall Chief Yun's chest and was about to erupt was forcefully stopped. It was even pulled apart by a couple of inches. This caused Hall Chief Yun, whose heart was pounding wildly, to exhale a long breath at this moment. Bean-sized droplets of perspiration gathered and fell from his old face, after which, they were swallowed by the endless darkness. Xiao Yan, no matter how strong you are, you still can't change the fact that you're only at the origin transformation stage. The difference between cultivation levels can't be changed with brute force alone. A mocking voice was spat out from Hall Master Yun's mouth when his expression returned to normal. By relying on his powerful cultivation, he had ultimately managed to stop Xiao Yan. Although his earlier action had exhausted a lot of Genesis Qi in his body, he was still quite satisfied with the result. However, the answer to everything was not as simple as one imagined. The moment Hall Chief Yun uttered these words, Xiao Yan, who had been wrapped by the Great Tao of Darkness, suddenly moved. Chi-chi-chi, with a series of intense sizzling sounds. Wisps of fire suddenly shot out from under the power of the Great Tao. At the same time, they were mixed with golden light. What? Hall Master Yun cried out in alarm. The power of the Great Tao wrapping around Xiao Yan's body was swiftly devoured by the fierce flames burning on Xiao Yan's body. From this point, it wasn't difficult to see that even the power of the Great Tao was inferior to the mysterious flames. Heart-shattering palm. Then, Xiao Yan's palm, which didn't weaken in the slightest, slammed into Hall Master Yun's chest. Puchi. Ferocious destructive power invaded Hall Master Feng's body in an instant, and powerful Genesis Qi attacked his internal organs. Most importantly, one of the most powerful forces was attacking his heart, making his chest feel as though it was about to be torn apart. The indescribable pain caused Hall Master Yun to involuntarily emit a heart-wrenching cry. Her voice became hoarse, and the red light in her scarlet eyes gradually dimmed. Her face was filled with disbelief. Her body twitched, and mouthful after mouthful of fresh blood was spat out from her mouth. Her aura had become much weaker in an instant. Boom! Soon after, another low and deep muffled sound appeared. The strength contained within the heart-shattering palm was completely unleashed within Hall Chief Yun's body at this moment. Despite her trying her best to resist, she was destined to be injured by Xiao Yan's heart-shattering palm. Then, Hall Master Yun's body was sent flying backwards uncontrollably. The black mist shrouding his body dissipated, and his skinny body was blasted out of the domain of darkness by Xiao Yan. At the same time, the domain of darkness also dissipated. Xiao Yan's face was pale, and the flames on his body gradually faded away. His chest was heaving up and down, and his heavy breathing indicated his current situation. While the heart-shattering palm was powerful, it also consumed a tremendous amount of Genesis Qi. Xiao Yan had consumed more than half of his Genesis Qi with this attack, and it was impossible for him to use any of his other trump cards. At this moment, Xiao Yan could only hope that this attack didn't waste the majority of his Genesis Qi. The sudden unexpected change in the sky caused the many experts who were fighting in the battleground to turn their eyes over. Numerous gazes that were filled with various emotions swiftly landed on Xiao Yan and Hall Chief Yun. Immediately, the expressions of everyone present changed. As a returnance expert, Hall Master Yun was in a horrible shape. Large patches of blood covered his body, which completely displayed his current situation to everyone. The hearts of the experts from the Lost Valley of the Qin Wastelands could not help but sink at this sight. They never thought that even a returnance expert like Hall Master Yun would be unable to do anything to Xiao Yan. Of course, while Hall Chief Yun was seriously injured, Xiao Yan was not in a much better state at this moment. His clothes were in tatters and his hair was in a mess. His face appeared extremely pale without the slightest trace of blood. His aura was extremely weak. His body, which was standing in the air, involuntarily swayed. It was as though he would fall from the sky at any moment. Xiaoyan. Lung Bingshuang immediately became slightly surprised when she saw this. She could not help but charge toward Xiaoyan, but she was stopped by Qin Shua. Qin Shua stared at Lung Bingshuang with his venomous eyes filled with killing intent. With a sudden movement, he charged toward Lung Bingshuang viciously. At the same time, he said in a chilling voice, "Bitch, do you still have the time to worry about others at a time like this? You better worry about yourself first." With that, he collided with Lung Bingshuang once again under her extremely cold gaze. This time, the collision between the two of them was much more brutal than before. On the other side, Yi Luotian narrowed his eyes as he stared at the miserable-looking Hall Chief Yun. His heart involuntarily felt shocked. At the same time, he rejoiced that he was not the one facing Xiaoyan. Otherwise, his fate would likely be even more miserable than Hall Chief Yun's. Cough, cough, cough. In the sky, Xiaoyan and Hall Master Yun raised their heads at the same time. Their eyes met, and a cold killing intent appeared in their eyes. "I have underestimated you. As expected, this chief has still underestimated your ability. After not seeing you for a few years, you have already grasped even more information than us. You are actually able to grasp something as frightening as an E-class Do technique. It must be said that this is our miscalculation. It is our fault for allowing you to live until now. However, this chief has also said that this time around, I will definitely bring you back, even if I have to pay a great price." A crazed expression that caused one's heart to turn cold surfaced on Hall Master Yun's face when he reached the end of his words. After which, he violently bit the tip of his tongue, and a blood arrow shot out. Under his control, it floated in the air in front of him, and turned into a thumb-sized blood droplet. After this blood droplet shot out, Hall Master Yun's originally pale face instantly turned completely white. His originally skinny old face appeared to have aged by dozens of years in an instant. His entire person was like a withered tree, appearing extremely horrifying. However, when one looked at his eyes again, there was not the slightest dimness. Instead, there was an even brighter glow, and he appeared to be filled with energy. From this, one could see that spitting out this cluster of blood was a great price for Hall Master Yin. However, he did not hesitate in order to capture Xiaoyan today. "Xiaoyan, no matter what happens today, I will definitely bring you back." His hoarse voice resounded throughout the area. At the same time, Hall Master Yun rapidly formed a seal with his hands, and the blood droplet floating in front of him began to churn violently. Spirit-devouring Yin. Suddenly, Hall Master Yun slammed his palm on the blood droplet that had condensed into a strange blood-colored rune. The blood immediately burst open, and turned into a large blood fog. Waves of dense black fog also spread out at an alarming speed. The black fog churned and strange cries that sounded like ferocious ghosts constantly emitted from it, causing one to shudder in fear. Before Xiaoyan could do anything, the black fog had already spread to a large area of several hundred feet. It was like a small dark cloud that shrouded the sky above Shahi Pai. As for the people in the city below, they looked at the scene in the sky curiously. Other than a few people who were surprised, most of them looked on from the side as if it had nothing to do with them. However, they did not know that when Hall Master Yun's gaze swept past these people, it was as if he had seen a delicacy. Savagery and greed involuntarily flowed out from his eyes. These busybodies had unknowingly become the sacrifices of this battle. They could only blame themselves for this. These fearless busybodies would pay with their lives in the end. "Xiaoyan, you used an intent tier dose skill earlier. You must not have much Genesis Qi left in your body." Turning his head, Hall Master Yun stared at Xiaoyan with a vicious smile. He clearly knew that they were on par with each other if they did not use any external methods. However, as a returnance expert, he did not accept the fact that he had lost. His current craziness was not only for the mission from above, but also to prove to Xiaoyan the difference between them. Xiaoyan was non-committal in the face of this. His pair of dark black eyes were filled with uneasiness as they stared at the strange dark cloud in the sky. He could sense an extremely dense bloody aura from it. That kind of strength that was filled with cruelty caused even him to feel a wave of coldness. Kikik. Fiendish in devour spirit, devour the world, devour. At Hall Master Huang's command, a strange squeaking sound suddenly came from the depths of the dark clouds in the sky. Immediately after, under the horrified gazes of the people in the city, huge balls of black fog fell from the sky like meteorites. Their target was the people who were watching the great battle in the Sand River at this moment. Immediately, the expressions of everyone in the city changed drastically. Doqi rapidly surged out from their bodies in an attempt to block the black mist falling from the sky. Of course, there were some strong-willed people in the crowd who wanted to use their own strength to forcefully collide with the black fog. However, the moment the black fog came into contact with their bodies, it seemed to have turned into a large amount of viscous liquid that rapidly spread across their bodies. The most terrifying thing was that as it spread, it actually emitted a terrifying sound of teeth grinding and chewing. At the same time, the experts who were wrapped in the black fog couldn't help but let out extremely miserable screams one after another. The black mist was actually devouring the bodies of these experts. It was not just their bodies. Even their doqi and souls were being mercilessly devoured by the strange black mist. This kind of method could be called inhumane. In an instant, the Sand River, which had been calm a moment ago, had become chaotic. Regardless of whether one flew in the sky or on the ground, as long as one was in contact with the black mist, there would be a miserable, painful cry being emitted. At the same time, the strength that the black mist had devoured was completely absorbed by Hall Master Yin. Who? Hall Master Yin involuntarily raised her head and exhaled a long breath as she sensed the strength that was swiftly filling her body. Xiao Yan, who was in the empty space on the opposite side, watched this scene in the city below. His heart suddenly sank. After which, his eyes paused on Hall Master Yun's body. He held his breath and focused before speaking in a deep voice. Your race really treats human lives as less valuable than grass. Tisk tsk, you can't put it this way. There is no free lunch in this world. They have come to watch a show, so they should leave something behind. Being able to be of use to me can be considered as not wasting their lives. Hall Master Yun's reply was merely a cold sneer in the face of Xiao Yan's words. Soon after, a low cry was emitted from her mouth. The black mist that filled the sky once again smashed into the city like dense raindrops. Hall Master Yun's aura swiftly rose amidst a series of painful cries. Although it could not be compared to when she was at her peak, she could still be described as powerful. If Hall Master Yun were to attack Xiao Yan at this moment, it was likely that the latter would not even be able to last one exchange. Unfortunately, he did not. Without being affected by the unexpected change in the city, Xiao Yan minded his own business and closed his eyes. His aura gradually recovered its calmness. The golden light that covered his body flickered slightly. Chapter 1105. The intense battle between the Xiao Gate and the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley continued. As time went on, the stalemate gradually became clear. There were close to 200 Dou fighting on both sides. At this moment, the originally balanced situation had begun to shift in the Xiao Gate's favor. Even in the battle between the origin transformation experts on the other side, the heaven-reaching ape had already defeated his opponent with lightning-like speed. Qin Shua, who was battling Lung Bingshuang, was also surprised to find that Lung Bingshuang's strength had risen to a whole new level in less than 10 days. He was no longer Lung Bingshuang's match when he used his full strength. Amongst these individuals, the one who felt the most unbearable pain was undoubtedly Yi Luotian. He had spent his entire life cultivating poison, and after many years of training, not only had his qi techniques completely fused with his body, even the Genesis qi he absorbed and refined had become incomparably toxic. Although he would not easily display it, his opponents would definitely complain incessantly once he made a move. However, he had run into a tough nut to crack today. As a puppet, no matter how he collided with the Northern King with poison, even if he wanted to use poison to corrode the puppet, it was all to no avail. Not only was the Northern King not afraid of his poison, it was even completely unaffected by it. No matter how he attacked, it was all to no avail. On the other hand, if the Northern King's fist touched his body, it would definitely cause him serious injuries. Although both of them were at the origin transformation stage, the gap between them was truly unbearable. It was precisely because of this that Yi Luotian was in danger of being heavily injured by the Northern King from the very beginning of their clash. As a result, there were already dozens of wounds of various sizes on his body, and many of his bones were broken. As for Kai, Murongxian and the others, although they had yet to defeat their opponents, they were not at a disadvantage. With the giant ape by their side, defeating the origin transformation experts in the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley was only a matter of time. Of course, the battle that attracted the most attention was still the one between Xiao Yan and Hall Master Luo. The painful and miserable cries in the city lasted for nearly 15 minutes. During this time, Hall Master Luo frantically devoured the Doqi energy that had been stolen. Clumps of black mist became incomparably viscous after being devoured, and returned to Hall Master Luo's body, with a tremendous amount of energy. As the viscous black mist entered Hall Master Luo's body, his body began to squirm strangely. His originally skinny body gradually swelled up. First it was his abdomen, then his chest, his limbs, and finally his entire head. As Temple Master Yun's body began to swell, the expression on his face also began to distort. It was clear that he was in great pain at this time. In order to obtain power, he had resorted to such extreme means. The undead that he had devoured would eventually become the cause of his own death. In just a few minutes, Hall Master Yun's body had swelled to several times its original size. His entire body had become abnormally bloated, and he looked like a monster. His puffed-up chest wriggled involuntarily, as if there was another life beneath it. Hall Master Yun could not help but open his mouth and let out an extremely strange cry. However, the power in his body was still increasing at an extremely fast rate. Xiao Yan's face was still pale. His eyes were closed, and his hands were behind his back. His black robes fluttered without any wind, and the golden light on his body had stopped flickering. He was extremely calm, as if everything before him had nothing to do with him. His presence was completely concealed within his body. If it were not for the fact that he was still breathing through his nose, people would have mistaken him for a dead person. This situation continued until Hall Master Luo finished absorbing the black mist. Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and a fierce look appeared on his pale face. The moment his pitch-black eyes opened, his gaze fell on Hall Master Luo. As he glanced at the latter, who had completely turned into a monster, a mocking look flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. Luo's pursuit of power had resulted in him becoming a monster that was neither human nor ghost. Was it all worth it? Xiao Yan, prepare to die. Noticing Xiao Yan's gaze, Hall Master Luo once again let out a strange laugh. This time, even his voice had become extremely strange. It was as if countless ferocious ghosts were roaring at the same time, causing one to tremble in fear upon hearing it. After Hall Master Luo spoke, his enormous body suddenly charged toward Xiao Yan. His enormous body charged forward in a tyrannical manner, and powerful energy condensed in front of him. His entire body charged forward like a wild bull. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Hall Master Luo waved his enormous fist, which was several times larger than Xiao Yan's body, and viciously smashed it down on Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan remained indifferent to all of the actions of Hall Chief Yan. His eyes were icy cold as he looked at Hall Chief Yan, who was already in front of him. The enormous fist was swiftly magnified in his dark black eyes. After which, bang! The fist that came in a ferocious manner finally smashed heavily into the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. There seemed to be an invisible wall in this empty space that had forcefully blocked Hall Master Luo's punch, which could instantly kill a 9-star Do-D. What? The appearance of this scene caused Hall Master Luo's eyes to suddenly shrink. His mouth involuntarily let out an exclamation. How could his attack be blocked? Did Xiao Yan, who had already reached such a state, still have a trump card? Withdraw. In the next moment, Xiao Yan, whose eyes were ice cold, suddenly uttered a word. At the same time, an extremely powerful and invisible force suddenly charged out from Xiao Yan's body. It was like a hurricane that whistled out with the force of a mountain. Without giving the other party any chance to react, it violently smashed into Hall Master Luo's body, and instantly forced his body back. Hall Master Luo raised his head with a face of disbelief. He saw that at this moment, there was an enormous illusory figure standing outside of Xiao Yan's body. The appearance of that illusory figure was undoubtedly Xiaoyan himself. When Hall Master Luo's gaze swept over, Xiaoyan finally slowly raised his hand. The movement of the illusory figure was also synchronized with the movement of his hand. Under Hall Master Luo's surprised gaze, Xiaoyan's hand suddenly clenched. One could hear the sound of metal colliding. At the spot where the hand of the illusory figure had clenched, a layer of golden light suddenly appeared on the originally invisible body. It was like a ripple that swiftly spread throughout his entire body. Finally, it transformed into an enormous golden illusory figure that stood in front of Hall Master Luo with an imposing manner. This was the final move of the Four-Saint Manifestation skill, the Giant Elephant skill. In order to use the Giant Elephant skill, one must learn the first 3 moves in succession. Not only must one complete the practice, but one must also master the 3 moves and borrow the strength of the 3 moves to use the Giant Elephant skill. Chapter 1106. After forcing Hall Master Luo back, Xiaoyan turned his attention back to himself. Xiaoyan sensed that the muscles and bones all over his body were filled with an explosive strength that appeared to be burning. His heart involuntarily exclaimed in surprise at the strength of this Giant Elephant skill. Compared to the first 3 skills of the 4 Sacred Elephant Display skill, the strength that the Giant Elephant skill gave Xiaoyan was even greater. That kind of strength had more than doubled compared to before. It was far from what any of the 3 Sacred Elephant skill could compare with. But on second thought it made sense. The Giant Elephant art was the product of the integration of the 3 arts, and it combined all the characteristics and advantages of the 3 arts. How could its power be the same? Then, Xiaoyan's gaze shifted to the giant illusory image formed from pure force around his body. It was likely that the illusory image was the essence of the Giant Elephant art. Although it looked illusory on the surface, the heavy oppressive force it gave off was unique, and even the diamond glass body couldn't compare to it. Although the first 3 formulas could agglomerate an illusory image after practicing them, the usage of each formula was different. Naturally, the effect would be different. After merging the 3 formulas with the Giant Elephant skill, Xiaoyan would be able to achieve a perfect attack and defense with the Giant Elephant skill. Xiaoyan even had complete confidence in his own speed. He would definitely not be inferior in any way. The advantage of the Wing Elephant art was that it could increase a practitioner's speed in all aspects. Coupled with the Heaven Annihilation step and the formation of the Giant Elephant art, Xiaoyan's overall strength had risen to a whole new level in an instant. Even without the protection of Genesis Qi, Xiaoyan's strength couldn't be underestimated. Hall Master Luo wasn't in a hurry to kill Xiaoyan at the most critical moment. This would most likely become the mistake he would regret the most in his life. So you still have the strength to resist. But so what? You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Let's see how big of a wave you can stir up. After a moment of surprise, Hall Master Luo relaxed a lot when he realized that Xiaoyan wasn't using Genesis Qi. After all, Genesis Qi was the true representation of power in this world, and brute force alone wouldn't be able to support it for long. This wasn't a threat to Hall Master Luo at all. Ghost Seal. Soon after, Hall Chief Yun's hands swiftly formed a seal. The black fog that lingered around her body also began to churn intensely. Soon, it agglomerated into a cluster of black fog the size of a soccer ball in front of her. The strangest thing was that a strange human face had appeared in front of the black fog. That human face was still struggling and wiggling at this moment. Its mouth was wide open, and its face was filled with an extremely painful expression. Soon after, Hall Chief Yun forcefully pushed forward, and this cluster of strange black fog violently charged toward Xiaoyan. Seeing the painful expression on Master Black Fog's face, Xiaoyan didn't need to think too much to know that the face belonged to one of the experts that Hall Master Luo had swallowed earlier. He didn't expect Hall Master Luo to be so insidious. Not only had he swallowed someone alive, but he had even used the spirit that had yet to dissipate as a Do skill. In this world, only people like Ghost Hall could do such a thing. To think that you won't even let off a dead person. What a bunch of inhumane beasts. With a furious curse, Xiaoyan's gaze swiftly landed on the cluster of black fog that was heading toward him. His eyes were sharp as he spread his right hand. His arm was extended and raised in front of him before slamming it down heavily. At the same time he opened his mouth and said, As for you, let me free you. Bang. The moment Xiao Yan's words faded, the huge illusory hand abruptly slammed down and smashed the ball of black fog to pieces. Even the power and spirit within was instantly blasted into nothingness. Hall Master Luo's attack had been forcibly destroyed by Xiao Yan in the most domineering manner possible. Damn it! Shock involuntarily flashed across Hall Master Luo's scarlet eyes when he saw this scene. He cursed under his breath. After which, his body abruptly turned and his feet stomped heavily on empty space. The invisible space instantly shattered and Hall Master Luo's body instantly turned into a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Xiao Yan. He raised his hand and smashed heavily at Xiao Yan. Bang. However, Hall Chief Yun's attack was once again blocked by Xiao Yan. Hall Chief Yun's large fist was firmly grabbed by Xiao Yan's giant elephant skill in front of Hall Chief Yun's disbelieving eyes. Regardless of how the latter struggled, it was to no avail. On the other hand, Xiao Yan's hand, which was grabbing Hall Chief Yun's fist, violently exerted force. Hall Chief Yun's wrist was immediately broken by this powerful force. A painful roar was emitted from Hall Chief Yun's mouth. Soon after, Xiao Yan once again pulled back with great force, pulling Hall Chief Yun's body in front of him. His right leg was lifted in a lightning-like manner, and heavily smashed into Hall Chief Yun's chest with a lightning-like momentum. Bang! With a loud bang, Hall Master Yun's chest instantly caved in. Her face instantly turned red, and a pair of scarlet eyes almost popped out of her eye sockets. Before she could struggle again, the powerful force sent Hall Master Yun flying. Phew! After sending Hall Master Luo flying, Xiao Yan could not help but exhale deeply. His chest heaved uncontrollably as he lifted his gaze and looked in the direction Hall Master Luo had been sent flying. Fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes. Roar! That wretched guy! Very quickly, Hall Master Yun's furious curses came from the distant sky once again. His crazy killing intent caused a chill to rise in everyone's hearts even though they were far away. A wave of rushing wind sound appeared in the sky. It was sharp and ear-piercing, but Xiao Yan was indifferent to it. While he focused his attention, Hall Chief Yun's body, which had just been sent flying, had once again charged over. She came in a ferocious manner. Compared to earlier, she was undoubtedly even stronger, causing one to not dare underestimate her. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan still clenched his fist at a steady pace. The firm, fierce, and overbearing strength that filled the muscles all over his body began to be maneuvered at this moment. At the same time, the little remaining Genesis chi in his body was gathered in his right fist. Even though he had yet to unleash the powerful force, it still caused the invisible space to tremble slightly, forming circular ripples. When Hall Chief Yun once again arrived in front of Xiao Yan, his aura was like that of a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. It appeared as though he wanted to swallow Xiao Yan in one gulp. Wave after wave of powerful Do Qi agglomerated in front of him. His entire body had transformed into the strongest weapon. In this kind of condition, any Do skill was superfluous. Only a direct collision would be able to swiftly produce the result that he wanted. At the same time, Xiao Yan's bent right arm bounced back like a spring. The speed of his punch was unimaginable. Just as his fist, which was filled with strength, was about to collide with Hall Chief Yun, Xiao Yan's mouth once again emitted a thunder-like explosive cry. Level 8 Smash. Chapter 1107. Bang! The sound of a heavy collision sounded in the sky. The moment the two collided, a terrifying energy wave swiftly spread out with the two of them at the center. Wherever it passed, the invisible space shattered an inch at a time. In the blink of an eye, the space 1,000 feet around the two of them had turned into an endless darkness. The powerful Do Qi, which was wrapped by the black fog, launched a violent attack on Xiao Yan's body. Although most of the strength was blocked by the giant elephant skill, the remaining portion also forced Xiao Yan back. Of course, compared to Xiao Yan, Hall Master Yun's aura churned within his body under the powerful hidden force of the eighth collapse. His condition had deteriorated greatly. Even the remnant souls of those people whom he had suppressed earlier had borrowed the strength of the eighth collapse to wildly struggle within his body. Damn it! Hall Master Yun's expression involuntarily changed when she sensed the rebellion of the remnant souls in her body. She cursed quietly and hurriedly maneuvered the do qi in her body. Only then did she manage to suppress them with great difficulty. Soon after, Xiaoyan's body once again charged forward. The strong illusory figure nimbly flashed as Xiaoyan's body rotated. The enormous illusory figure directly arrived in front of Hall Master Yin. It lifted its right leg high and carried a boundless force as it violently chopped down from above. By the time Hall Master Yin discovered it, it was already too late to avoid it. She could only use all her strength to meet it once again. There were a few consecutive intense collisions. Each of Xiaoyan's attacks was incomparably vicious and ruthless. Although Hall Master Yin still had quite a bit of energy left in her body, she could only endure with great difficulty under Xiaoyan's wild bombardment. This continued until Xiaoyan once again forced her back. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan had already arrived above Hall Master Yun's head and stepped heavily on her. In a moment of desperation, Hall Master Yun only had time to raise her arms to block before Xiaoyan's foot heavily stepped on her thick arms. Bang! However, the moment the two collided, Hall Master Yun's expression changed drastically. An incomparably powerful force poured out like a dragon emerging from the sea. Even she was unable to block such a powerful force. As a result, Hall Master Yun's body was blown away without any resistance the moment Xiaoyan collided with it. Even the bones in her arms, which she had used to block Xiaoyan's attack, were broken. The do qi that had originally gathered around her body had completely collapsed from Xiaoyan's attack. Hall Master Yun did not have the ability to face Xiaoyan in a head-on clash. Xiaoyan was able to fight Hall Master Yun to a draw when she was at her peak. Given Hall Master Yun's current cultivation, she was at most at the advanced origin transformation stage after devouring all the experts in the city. If that was the case, Xiaoyan was completely confident that he could suppress her with the strength of the giant elephant skill. Xiaoyan did not hesitate after sending Hall Master Yun flying with a single strike. Before he could stabilize his body, he appeared once again. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared directly below Hall Master Yun, who was rapidly descending. Xiaoyan twisted his body, and all the strength in his body gathered on his right leg. The moment he bent his leg, it shot out like lightning and heavily stomped on Hall Master Yun's back. Ugh! Hall Master Yun's body arched upwards in an instant. His mouth was wide open as fresh blood spurted out. There was even a blood pillar that broke out of his chest. Behind it, countless remnant souls continuously charged out like ants leaving their nest. They turned into numerous crazy vengeful spirits that flew around Hall Master Yun's body. They continuously roared at him, as though they were expressing their hatred for him. Many of them had even charged onto Hall Master Yun's body, and forcefully tore off his flesh with their mouths before mercilessly swallowing it. Ah! Immediately, miserable cries rang out in the sky once again. However, the target had suddenly changed this time. Hall Master Yun, who had caused all of this, had become the target of the vengeful spirit's bites and devouring. A pitiful expression involuntarily flashed across Xiaoyan's face as he watched the scene unfold before him. Although these vengeful spirits were not necessarily good people when they were alive, they should not have been involved in this war and should not have become the sacrificial lambs of this war. Unfortunately, Hall Master Yun's appearance had caused these people to become like this. However, from the looks of it, Hall Master Yun had paid the price for the evil he had sowed. Roar! You damned things, how dare you betray me? All of you die! Hall Master Yun, who had caught his breath, immediately turned his attention to the vengeful spirits that were constantly biting his body. After noticing that Xiaoyan did not attack again, Hall Master Yun's face was filled with rage as he twisted his body. His hands turned into claws and mercilessly swept across the heads of the vengeful spirits. In just a moment, they had all been reduced to nothingness. After Hall Master Yun had forcefully killed the last vengeful spirit, his originally huge body had once again become thin and weak. After losing the replenishment of his energy from the vengeful spirits, Hall Master Yun's aura had once again become weak. As for using the devouring Yin Fiend like before, it was clearly impossible. He really did not have that much essence blood to use. Furthermore, with the little bit of energy left in his body, it was completely insufficient for him to use it again. Cough, cough, cough. Hall Master Yun coughed as his condition plummeted. Even standing in the air was extremely difficult, But even with that being the case, there was still a sliver of struggle in his eyes. He had never thought that he would lose to Xiao Yan with his cultivation at returnance, and he would lose so miserably. When Xiao Yan had completely erupted with his true strength earlier, he had already understood that Xiao Yan was not someone he could deal with. His plan this time had clearly failed. If he wanted to capture Xiao Yan, he could only send out even more powerful people from the hall, or even experts at returnance. Only then would he have a chance. He had to bring this news back. A thought flashed through Hall Master Yun's head. Afterwards, his resentful gaze landed on Xiao Yan again. He forced himself to endure. I admit that I have underestimated you. I will remember what happened today. I will definitely make you pay for it all in the future. With that, Hall Master Yun used the last sliver of energy in his body to form another seal. Hehe, do you think you can still leave today? Xiao Yan sneered when he heard that. He stared at Hall Master Yun coldly and sneered. I know that your spiritual strength is very powerful, but no matter how powerful your spiritual strength is, you can forget about keeping me here as long as it hasn't surpassed Class 7 with the secret techniques of my ghost hall. Hall Master Luo's body emitted a bang after she spoke. She suddenly exploded and turned into a strange black fog that swiftly spread. Do you really think you can escape? Xiao Yan coldly smiled and shook his head when he saw this. His hands swiftly formed a seal. At the same time, the heavenly flame, which had been withdrawn into his body, once again charged out of his body. Moreover, it swiftly surrounded the cluster of black fog in the sky, which had yet to scatter. The vicious heavenly flame rapidly withdrew. Very soon, Hall Master Yun's figure reappeared with a miserable howl. However, this time he had been controlled by Xiao Yan's heavenly flame. Chapter 1108. How can this be? Hall Master Yun, who had been surrounded and controlled by the heavenly flame, had a physical body that had been destroyed in the explosion earlier. At this moment, only a wisp of her soul remained. When the heavenly flame shrank, her soul was grabbed by Xiao Yan's hand. Humph, do you think you're the only ones who understand me? I've seen your little escape techniques countless times. The best weapon to deal with you damn things is a heavenly flame. Your strange techniques are nothing in front of a heavenly flame. You think too highly of yourself if you think you can escape. Only after Xiao Yan's words faded did Hall Master Yun realize in horror that his escape technique, which he thought was unbreakable, had already been seen through by Xiao Yan. However, what surprised him the most was that Xiao Yan, who had also exhausted his Genesis Qi, still had the ability to circulate his Genesis Qi. Hehe, why? Are you curious? As if seeing through Hall Master Yun's doubts, Xiao Yan grinned and teased. You seem to have forgotten that I'm an alchemist. Looks like you've really forgotten that I'm an alchemist. Not only is refining medicinal pills my specialty, eating medicinal pills is also my specialty. Hall Master Yun immediately understood in his heart the moment these words were spoken. No wonder Xiao Yan was still able to maneuver his Genesis Qi at this moment. No wonder this fellow in front of him became increasingly valiant as he fought without showing the slightest sign of fatigue. It was because of the medicinal pill's strength. Unfortunately, it was already too late by the time he understood this point. Since he had already been captured by Xiao Yan, it would be easy for him to kill him. However, contrary to his expectations, Xiao Yan took out a jade bottle and sealed Hall Master Yun inside with the help of a heavenly flame. He then casually tossed the bottle into his storage ring, and turned to look at the other origin transformation experts' battle. At this moment, Lung Bingshuang's group had already lost an origin transformation expert, so the heaven-piercing giant ape had quickly gone to support Kai, and Morong Xian. Lung Bingshuang and the North King both held the upper hand, so there was no need to worry. Hence, Xiao Yan's gaze shifted to the other side where the 100 Dodi were still locked in an intense battle. Compared to the battle on Lung Bingshuang's side, the situation here was much more stalemate. After all, they were all Dodi experts and there were many of them. Even though the Xiao clan's side held the upper hand, it was very difficult for them to end the battle in a short period of time. If there was no absolute power suppressing them, the battle would definitely drag on. An icy cold expression immediately surfaced on Xiao Yan's face when he saw this scene. His body moved and a huge illusory figure rapidly flashed through the sky. It quickly charged into the group of people, charging left and right as it swiftly defeated the dozen or so Do-Di experts from the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. When everyone saw that Xiao Yan had actually killed over a dozen Do-Di experts in the blink of an eye, a dense fear swiftly rose from the bottom of their hearts. There were even some people who immediately thought of fleeing when they saw Xiao Yan attack. On the other hand, the people from the Xiao clan were surprised when they saw Xiao Yan display his invincible might. Numerous gazes filled with shock and respect landed on Xiao Yan in an orderly manner. Afterward, under Xiao Yan's lead, all the Do-Di experts from the Xiao clan's side moved together and defeated the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. In just a few minutes, all the Do-Di experts on the other side had either died or fled. In the blink of an eye, the entire Qin Wasteland Maze Valley was completely deserted. Other than the valley chief Qin Shua and the other two origin transformation experts, everyone else had been finished off by Xiao Yan. In other words, from this moment on, only Qin Shua and the other two were left in the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. However, after this battle, the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley would definitely be removed from the western region. The Xiao clan would become another huge existence in the western region. Very soon, under the continuous attacks of Kai, and the others, the two origin transformation experts from the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley were defeated one after another. They lost the ability to fight and fell into the city below. At this moment, other than Yi Luotian and Qin Shua, there were only the two origin transformation experts from the Ghost Hall who were bitterly holding on. This continued until a certain moment when the two of them were finally unable to endure the attacks from Xiao Yan and the others. Just as they wanted to flee, one of them was killed by the sky-piercing ape. The other person took advantage of the self-destruction of the sky-piercing ape before he died to break out of the encirclement and quickly flee the Sand River. Just when Kai, and the others wanted to give chase, they were stopped by Xiao Yan. Soon after, their gazes landed on the last two people. When Lung Bingshuang and the Northern King had retreated a certain distance away, Xiao Yan's group of 7 origin transformation experts blocked the two of them from all directions, completely surrounding them. Yi Luotian and Qin Shua could not help but glance at each other in despair as they faced the encirclement of 7 origin transformation experts. They had never thought that the final outcome would be like this. Everything they had planned out, including the people from the Ghost Hall, should have been a perfect plan. However, they had never thought that even with the assistance of a returnance expert, they would still fail to deal with Xiao Yan. What do we do? It's basically impossible to break out of this encirclement. Looking around, Qin Shua pitifully discovered that no matter which direction or angle he looked from, the other party had no blind spots at all. Could it be that they could only be trapped here and die? Valley Master, we have no path of retreat now that things have developed to this point. Let's risk it all. As long as we break out, we'll still have a chance. A gleam of light flashed in the depths of Yi Luotian's eyes when he heard Qin Shua's words. Qin Shua clenched his teeth with great dissatisfaction when he heard this. Not only had he lost 2 origin transformation experts in today's battle, but he had also lost the entire Qin Wasteland Mysterious Valley. This battle could be said to be a complete defeat. However, it was also because of this that he felt even more dissatisfied in his heart. If he could charge out and leave this place, he would definitely take revenge for today's grudge to Xiao Yan in the future. However, just as Qin Shua was gritting his teeth and pondering, a hand suddenly pierced into his lower abdomen. At the same time, a medicinal pill was also placed in his stomach. The moment Qin Shua raised his head, he saw Yi Luotian's savage face. He had never imagined that Yi Luotian, who was on the same boat as him, would actually attack him at such a critical moment. Valley Master, since you're going to die anyway, why not grant me my wish and use your death to keep me safe? Isn't that even better? Although Qin Shua did not understand the meaning behind Yi Luotian's words, he could clearly feel a strange plant rapidly growing in the vortex in his body. He was also extremely alarmed to discover that the Genesis Qi in his body was no longer under his control. With a thought from Yi Luotian, all the remaining Genesis Qi in the vortex in Qin Shua's body began to frantically surge. From the looks of it, it was about to self-destruct. Unfortunately, even if it was going to self-destruct, it was not Qin Shua's own will. Not good, retreat quickly. He's going to self-destruct. On the other side, Xiao Yan's group finally recovered from their shock. In an instant, the few people present did not have the time to do anything else. Their expressions changed drastically as their bodies swiftly pulled back. At the same time, the remaining Genesis chi in their bodies poured out without any reservation. They intertwined with each other and completely sealed the space where the two of them were located. Then boom! An earth-shaking explosion suddenly sounded. An extremely frightening energy storm also swept apart in an instant. The powerful strength violently smashed onto the energy barrier that Xiao Yan and the others had formed together. The expressions of the seven of them turned pale at the same time. Their faces were filled with solemnness. After a couple of breaths, one could hear a ka-cha sound. The energy barrier that the seven of them had formed together was immediately shattered. The remaining strength also sent the seven of them flying in an instant. Soon after, before the energy storm in the sky had completely dissipated, a miserable figure covered in blood suddenly staggered out from within. Moreover, he hurriedly flew out of the Sand River shop without stopping. This person was Yi Luotian. Yi Luotian's face involuntarily revealed an extremely cold smile as he glanced at Xiao Yan's group, who had been sent flying a great distance away. Although he had paid quite a great price this time around, he had finally been saved. Without Xiao Yan's group blocking him, he could safely leave this place. At the same time, Xiao Yan and the others unwillingly wanted to chase after Yi Luotian when they saw that he was about to escape. Unfortunately, the Genesis chi in their bodies had been completely exhausted in the energy storm earlier, and they did not have the strength to chase after him. They could only watch helplessly as Yi Luotian left. God damn it! Xiao Yan cursed in his heart. He had never imagined that Yi Luotian would be so vicious and merciless as to not even spare his own partners. Just when Xiao Yan's group thought that Yi Luotian would flee, over 20 elite Dodi rushed over from all directions a short distance in front of Yi Luotian. They blocked Yi Luotian's path. All of these people were elite Dodi who had been imprisoned by Yi Luotian in the western call of Flat Mountain. Chapter 1109. With a series of painful cries, Yi Luotian was finally killed by the encirclement of the Dodi. This person who had single-handedly caused all of this to happen, who could be described as a great traitor, had ultimately suffered the consequences of his own actions. With Yi Luotian's death, the battle at Shahapu could be said to have come to an end. The Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley, a great overlord of the western region, was destroyed just like that. Many of the subordinate organizations under it had ended as a result. Not only had the Xiao clan defeated the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley in this battle, but they had also killed Yi Luotian. To Xiao Yan, the most important thing was that they had successfully captured the Hall Master of the Ghost Hall. Xiao Yan was certain that this person was a returnance expert. He was definitely the leader of all the ghost halls in the western region. Since Hall Master Luo had been dealt with by him, the others were even less of a problem. In other words, even the ghost hall could no longer pose any threat to him in the current western region. The battle ended. The battle ended. Other than the origin transformation expert from the Ghost Hall, who had taken the opportunity to flee, all the experts at the origin transformation realm, and above from the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley had been killed. The Dodi had even killed dozens of people. This battle result could be considered terrifying. Of course, although the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley had been completely dealt with, the people from the Xiao clan had also suffered quite a few casualties. However, overall, this was only a drop in the ocean. Afterwards, Xiao Yan and the others relied on medicinal pills to recover some of their strength. After cleaning up the battlefield, they decided to rest in the city below. Everyone present had expended quite a lot of energy in this battle. They could no longer endure any more exhaustion. What they needed the most at this moment was rest. Ignoring the others, at the very least, Xiao Yan was completely exhausted. During the battle earlier, all the nerves in his body had been stretched taut. The strength in his body had reached a high explosive level. Using it at such a high intensity for a long period of time had already exhausted him. He was already extremely lucky that he had not fainted immediately after the battle had ended. While all the members of Xiao Gate were resting in the city, on the other side, a group of black-robed human figures suddenly appeared in front of the expert from the Ghost Hall, who had escaped from the tiger's mouth with great difficulty. They swiftly surrounded him. Seeing these human figures that had suddenly appeared, a pair of scarlet eyes under the black fog involuntarily revealed a deep fear. With his strength, he was actually unable to discover when these people had appeared. This also meant that the cultivations of this group of people were at least 9-star D or above. It was even extremely likely that this was a group made up of origin transformation experts. How dare you block my path? B. As of them. In his current state. Cuckoo the Ghost Hall. Who on the continent doesn't know about it? However, the people we are killing are people from the Ghost Hall. The leader of the black-robed people coldly laughed when he heard the words that carried a warning from the black fog. He immediately raised his head, revealing a pair of golden eyes under it. He stared at the people from the Ghost Hall on the other side and coldly said, "Kill." His voice had just sounded when the two black-robed people beside him suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared in front of the cluster of black fog. 2 hands were extended from under their sleeves. A flickering golden light swiftly rotated in their palms before they heavily slammed down on the black fog in front of them. The sudden attack of the other party caused the person in the black fog to be startled. He was just about to withdraw when he was suddenly horrified to discover that a golden light formation had unknowingly formed under his feet. His body was firmly locked onto by the light formation. He was unable to dodge. While being controlled, the pair of scarlet eyes in the black fog finally noticed the special badge on the chests of the 2 black-robed people in front of him in an instant. In an instant, the black-robed person's heart was filled with endless fear. He could not help but involuntarily cry out, "You are the heavens!" However, before the words could be completely spat out from his mouth, the 2 hands had already landed on his head. In the blink of an eye, he was killed on the spot. After killing the origin transformation expert from the Ghost Hall with a single strike, one of the black-robed people extended his hand once again. He took out a strangely shaped mask from the black fog that had yet to disperse and handed it over to the black-robed person who was the leader. "Let's go. With this ghost face, it will be easier for us to report when we return. Otherwise, the higher-ups will definitely grumble once they see that we did not take action." Putting away the mask, a helpless sigh was emitted from under the black robe. Immediately, he led the group of people and quickly disappeared from this place. On the other side, 2 human figures swiftly left the city one after the other in Shahapu. When they left, a few storage rings had mysteriously appeared in their hands. In the blink of an eye, half a month had already passed. Following the end of the battle at Shahapu, the Qin Wasteland Labyrinth quickly disappeared from the western region. Even the people and things related to the Qin Wasteland Labyrinth also disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, at the same time, news related to the Xiao clan also quickly spread throughout the western region within half a month. The end of one generation of power also simultaneously announced the rise of another great power. The Xiao clan would certainly become another colossus in the western region. Even though he had yet to do so, in reality, in the hearts of everyone in the western region, they already understood this point. Of course, as the name of the Xiao Gate became even more popular, there was no doubt that the sect master of the Xiao Gate, Xiao Yan, had become an origin transformation expert at such a young age. Not only did he possess a great cultivation, he had also eliminated 2 great disasters for the western region, unknowingly saving the lives of countless people. Currently, he was the idol of many people in the western region. There were even quite a few people who treated Xiao Yan as the person they chased after for the rest of their lives. As a result, they madly cultivated for him. It was also because of these various reasons that the sect masters of no less than 100 large and small factions in the western region gathered in the Shilin mountain range in just half a month. Their goal was to join the Xiao Gate and personally see Xiao Yan. Even when the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley was threatened with death, there were not many factions who agreed with such a scene. It was also because the leaders of these factions had all gathered in the Shilin mountain range that all the magical beasts in the Shilin mountain range became restless. If it were not for Lung Bingshuang's appearance to suppress them, the leaders of these factions would not have been able to enter the Shilin mountain range so easily, no matter how powerful they were. Although there were indeed quite a few leaders of factions who had entered the Shilin mountain range, Only a third of the total number of people managed to remain after passing through the various obstacles set up by Lung Bingshuang and the little fairy doctor. This caused the people from the other factions to be rather unwilling, but they could only leave in disappointment in the end. As for those people who had successfully stayed behind, they did not succeed in seeing Xiao Yan as they had imagined. The little fairy doctor and Lung Bingshuang's answers were unanimous in the face of their questions. The latter was in a retreat and no one knew when he would exit his retreat. With regards to this, the leaders of those factions could only helplessly withdraw their curious thoughts. Finally, they left the Shilin mountain range after the arrangements of the little fairy doctor and the rest. This was after all the territory of the magical beasts. Once a large number of humans gathered here for a long period of time, those magical beasts would inevitably become restless even with the suppression of Lung Bingshuang. After dismissing these incessant fellows, the little fairy doctor and Lung Bingshuang quickly dismissed Lu Qing and the rest. These fellows' injuries had already completely recovered in half a month's time. The reason why they continued to stay here was undoubtedly because of the reward that Xiao Yan had promised them. The little fairy doctor and Lung Bingshuang were naturally very clear about this point. At the beginning, when they were asked to leave, these fellows were all unwilling, afraid that Xiao Yan would get rid of them after they had outlived their usefulness. They were only willing to leave when Lung Bingshuang and the towering giant ape pressured them with their imposing manner. Of course, before leaving, the little fairy doctor had specially sworn on the lightning penalty oath. Seeing that the little fairy doctor was actually willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath for Xiao Yan, even with Lung Bingshuang's character, she could not help but feel a little surprised in her heart. At the same time, there was a trace of indescribable jealousy and unwillingness at the bottom of her heart. It was as if the person who should swear on the lightning penalty oath should be her. Following the retreat of the various factions, the Shilin mountain range temporarily regained its peace. Although the injuries that the Dodi had suffered had all been healed, as origin transformation experts, the injuries within their bodies were not as simple as they appeared on the surface. They needed a large amount of time to completely recover. Therefore, in the following period of time, everyone entered their own secluded cultivation. Only Morong Xian rested for a moment after the big battle ended before hurrying back to the clan. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. Lung Bingshuang and the rest had already exited their secluded cultivation. However, they still had not seen Xiao Yan appear. This involuntarily caused them to feel a little worried. However, at this very moment, Xiao Yan was no longer in the Shilin mountain range. On the contrary, a few days before Lung Bingshuang and the rest had exited their secluded cultivation, he had arrived in the western wastelands without anyone knowing. Xiao Yan had already awakened from his secluded cultivation a few days ago. This time, not only had he recovered from all his injuries, even his cultivation had completely stabilized at the late origin transformation realm. His personal battle prowess had also increased. Although the increase could not be seen right now, as long as the day came when he truly needed to use it, this strength would bring endless benefits to Xiao Yan. After Xiao Yan had awakened, he was in no hurry to appear. Instead, he took out the jade bottle that contained the soul of Hall Master Yin. After a long period of interrogation, this fellow finally revealed the locations of the few ghost halls in the western wastelands. Unfortunately, this fellow did not know any of the detailed information regarding Sun Air. Right now, Xiao Yan had come to the western wastelands for the sake of destroying the branches of the ghost halls that had been established here. According to the information provided by Hall Master Yin, Xiao Yan very quickly arrived at a barren region called the Sand Lake Swamp. The environment of this place was just like its name. All that entered one's eyes was a vast expanse of yellow sand. However, what was different from other places was that the sand here did not form sand dunes like other places. Instead, it was as calm and quiet as the surface of a lake. A cold wind that was filled with sand blew past the sky. Xiao Yan could clearly see that the surface of the sand lake in front of him actually had a layer of ripple that was just like the surface of a lake. This sand lake is really strange. Upon seeing such a strange scene, even with Xiao Yan's experience, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. In order to satisfy the curiosity in his heart, Xiao Yan even shot out an energy pillar with his hand and shot it directly at the sand lake in front of him. However, immediately after, a strange scene appeared once again. The energy pillar that Xiaoyan shot out seemed to have hit water as it deeply sank into the sand lake. It even stirred up a wave that was completely formed from sand. Upon seeing this scene, Xiaoyan's heart was even more shocked by the strangeness of this sand lake. It was no wonder that the ghost hall would choose to set up camp in such a place. With such a strange geographical environment, it was likely that no one would be willing to come here. Hence, this place had become the best place for them to set up camp. After sweeping across the surface of the sand lake for a few minutes, the sight in front of Xiaoyan gradually darkened. Immediately after, a towering mountain-like pitch-black building appeared in front of Xiaoyan. This was also the location of the first ghost hall that Hall Master Yin had given him. Without any hesitation, Xiaoyan forcefully broke the special restriction at the entrance in a few moves. Subsequently, he charged into the hall. At the same time that he alarmed all the experts in the hall, he also killed all the people from the ghost hall that he could see in the shortest amount of time. Even those who he could not see, but could sense with his spiritual strength, were all killed by him. Faced with Xiaoyan's attack, these so-called experts from the ghost hall could not even block a single punch from him. In a short few minutes, all the experts from the ghost hall within the large hall had been killed by Xiaoyan. Even the pitch-black magnificent building had been forcefully razed to the ground by Xiaoyan with a single punch. In the end, the ruins of the large hall that had lost all its support sank into the sand lake. After that, it was the other two ghost halls in the other two areas. In the next few days, Xiaoyan had practically walked through the entire western wastelands. The other two halls had also been completely destroyed by Xiaoyan using the same method. In this way, all the remaining ghost hall forces in the western wastelands had been completely cleaned up by Xiaoyan. After settling these matters, Xiaoyan naturally returned to the Shilin mountain range. However, it was also at this moment that Murong Xian, who had originally left earlier, suddenly returned and once again arrived at the Shilin mountain range. This time his target was Lung Bingshuang. Chapter 11:10. In the Shilin mountain range, when Lung Bingshuang found out the reason and purpose of Murong Xian's visit, an ice-cold murderous intent immediately surfaced on her beautiful face. Her two fair, jade-like hands involuntarily clenched tightly. In her heart, a fury that had been suppressed for many years once again rose. They actually have the face to come here. Standing on top of the cliff, Lung Bingshuang's beautiful eyes stared intently at the empty space in front of her. The aura in her body churned, and even the energy between heaven and earth began to riot uncontrollably. The mountain peak she stood on trembled slightly, and an extremely terrifying aura and pressure had invisibly enveloped the entire Shilin mountain range. This also caused countless magical beasts in the forest to curl up on the ground in extreme fear at this moment. Their mouths emitted low whimpers, indicating the fear in their hearts. At this very moment, even Tianying and the others were intimidated by this terrifying pressure. Their bodies trembled as they knelt on a distant mountain peak, their hearts filled with endless fear. Even Murong Xian, who had a very good relationship with Lung Bingshuang, turned pale in the face of Lung Bingshuang's pressure. His body involuntarily half knelt on the ground as he revealed a respectful expression to Lung Bingshuang. Meanwhile, outside the Shilin mountain range, Xiaoyan had rushed over from the western wilderness. However, as soon as he arrived, he immediately sensed something strange in the Shilin mountain range. This is Lung Bingshuang. Did something happen? Xiaoyan's expression immediately changed drastically when he sensed the anger that filled the qi. Could it be that someone had come to the Shilin mountain range to create trouble during these few days that he had been away? You're courting death. With this thought, killing intent abruptly erupted in Xiaoyan's heart. With a low roar, the Genesis qi in his body frantically circulated. The sky extinction step and wing elephant art were instantly activated to the limit. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the outskirts of the Shilin mountain range. My lord, they have come to the western region this time with the intention of bringing you back to the clan. It seems that they hope that you can acknowledge your roots and return to the clan instead of continuing to wander outside. Father and I have discussed this, and we both believe that rather than staying in this desolate western region, it is better for you to return to the clan. After all, that is your true home. After a long while, When Lung Bingshuang gradually restrained her emotions, Murong Xian cautiously opened his mouth. However, the instant the words left his mouth, Lung Bingshuang's extremely cold gaze instantly landed on his body. You're really stupid. What real home? Have you forgotten how they mercilessly drove us out of the clan and killed so many of our clansmen? Now you're actually advising me to go back? You've really disappointed me. A bitter expression involuntarily appeared on Murong Xian's face. He of course knew that Lung Bingshuang would not agree to return no matter what, and he certainly did not want to influence Lung Bingshuang's choice. However, he had no choice but to do so. Those people were threatening him with the lives of their clan. They would either bring Lung Bingshuang to them or erase their entire clan from the history of the continent. Of course, other than today. The last time he came to the Shilin mountain range was also for the same purpose. However, at that time, he was unable to speak because of the Xiao Gate and the Qin desolate Maze Valley. However, it was different this time. Those people had already given the order that if they were unable to bring Lung Bingshuang back, they would start a massacre in the clan. As a last resort, Murong Xian had rushed to the Shilin mountain range in an attempt to invite Lung Bingshuang back. Unfortunately, he had already expected Lung Bingshuang's unruly attitude. Before he left, his father had already told him that if Lung Bingshuang was unwilling, he should not force her. Furthermore, he could not use the clan's crisis as an excuse to tie her up. Hence, after hearing Lung Bingshuang's reply, Murong Xian smiled bitterly. He bowed to Lung Bingshuang and turned around to leave. As the clan's young master, he must stay with the clan no matter what when the clan was facing such a crisis. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that Murong Qianqian was not in the clan. Otherwise, if the latter was also involved, he would not be satisfied even if he were to die. However, just as Murong Xian was about to turn around and leave, a sharp rushing wind sound was heard. In an instant, a ghost-like human figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A hand claw that was filled with power almost landed on his throat. Fortunately, this person had recognized the former's identity the moment he appeared. Otherwise, Murong Xian would have died here today even before he could return to the clan. Huff! In an instant, Murong Xian's clothes were completely drenched in cold sweat. When he raised his head with a heart filled with fear, he only saw a young face that was covered in sweat. At this moment, the young man was looking at him with a face that did not know whether to laugh or cry. Murong Xian's mouth was still heavily panting. His face was filled with joy and helplessness. Xiao Yan did not expect that the fierce battle that he had imagined would actually appear in such an awkward manner in front of him. Withdrawing his hand, Xiao Yan revealed an awkward smile. At the same time, the aura of death that enveloped Murong Xian's heart also quietly dissipated at this moment. In that instant just now, he did not even sense a trace of Xiao Yan's aura. He did not even know when Xiao Yan had appeared in front of him. The other party's speed had actually reached such a level. At the same time, Lung Bingshuang's gaze also fell on Xiao Yan. Seeing that the latter had actually returned from outside, Lung Bingshuang's eyes were filled with shock. At the same time, the anger in her heart also unknowingly calmed down. This point was also clearly noticed by Xiao Yan, who was paying attention to the former's emotions. He immediately turned his head slightly and frowned at Lung Bingshuang. He asked curiously, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Hearing this, Lung Bingshuang's pair of beautiful eyes flashed slightly. However, she avoided Xiao Yan's gaze and quickly left the place. Only Xiao Yan and Murong Xian were left at the original spot. Since Lung Bingshuang did not say anything, Xiao Yan could only turn his gaze back to the person in front of him. When the latter saw this, his expression could not help but be slightly startled. Looking at Xiao Yan's curious eyes, a strange feeling involuntarily rose in Murong Xian's heart. Perhaps, the Xiao Yan in front of him could help him. Although this feeling came abruptly without any warning or reason. At this point, Lung Bingshuang's matter was already related to the rise and fall of their entire clan. How could he care so much? After which, he told Xiao Yan the purpose of his trip. However, when Murong Xian spat out the first sentence, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly froze. "You mean the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe?"